people under the bus, all type of shit. Now, I didn't know who she was, so I had to do my research. I does my research, and all she does is emasculate niggas. Bro, I don't know who the fuck this girl, where she came from. I don't know how long she been streaming.
And keep in mind, remember that TikTok comment section, her being...
I thought this was supposed to be a holiday, chaps. Why the shit would I spend prime tanning time doing work? Don't worry about her, Nigel. I'm sure we'll catch something soon. I'm Logboy, yes I am. I'm Logboy, yes I am. With a hardback shell to protect my soft insides. Oh, what a glorious day to be a log. Nothing could go wrong today. Oh, now I get it. Fishing's about the thrill of inflicting pain on an unsuspecting victim. Wonderful. I thought this was supposed to be a holiday, chaps. Why the shit?
Far, far away. Alien come in search of smart life. Smart beings. Alien saw a planet duck have life. Maybe smart ducks. Alien looks and see many ducks. Quacking, waddle, eat. All look like ducks. Some feather bit lighter. Some darker. Some small mark. Some with hat. But all are ducks. Alien curious. Alien sees bread fluffy and yummy. But only light feathered ducks eat. Dark feathered duck try to eat. Light ducks say, go away vinegars. Best bread not for you. Alien confused. Why? All duck. All hungry. Feather shade make duck less hungry or what? No sense. Nice pond here. Cool. Shady. But when duck without hat tries swim, ducks with hat leave. Duck with blue mark try sit, other ducks move. Why? Hat makes duck bad swimmer, blue mark make duck not nice. Alien confused. Still all duck, all like cool water. Alien also see, one duck hit other because he didn't like football. He likes soccer. Alien confused 10x. Why words make different? Alien came for smart life, but alien saw silly life. Alien think. Smart life work together. Share good things. Be kind. But these ducks fight over feather colour, over hat, over same words. This not seems smart. This seems fucking stupid and silly. Makes many ducks sad, for no good reason. Aliens see sometimes ducks different. One light duck share with dark duck. Hat duck and plain duck be nice. Some ducks not care about mark. Maybe these ducks understand. Being duck more important than feather, hat or leaf mark. Alien think planet duck has life. But smart. Maybe some ducks smart. But many ducks still learning. Learning that different not mean bad. Learning all ducks deserve good bread, nice pond, fun games. Alien decides search for smart life continue. Maybe come back later. See if ducks learn more. Alien leave. Ducks stay. Will ducks learn? Learn that dividing by small things makes planet duck not so good for any duck? Hope so. Because inside all just duck. All want to be happy. All deserve chance. Quack, quack.
Always best on this console. But on top of that, even when it came to like exclusive games, I think the original Xbox, like Microsoft was really pumping things out on here. I mean, you launch with the original Halo, you get Halo 2 in 2004, but not only that, I mean, you have some pretty premier racing games. Project Gotham Racing was on the original Xbox, Forza Motorsports started on the original Xbox, the original Fable was on this console, and even like third-party exclusives. Doom 3 was an Xbox exclusive. Elder Scrolls Morrowind was an Xbox exclusive. They were also on PC, but in terms of consoles, you can only get them on the Xbox. And there was just so much other stuff where it's like Sega put out a ton of really cool exclusives on the Xbox. That generation kind of felt like Sega like went to each of the 3 console manufacturers after the Dreamcast was discontinued, and they were like, all right, we're gonna make these games that we were working on for the Dreamcast exclusive to GameCube, and these ones exclusive to Xbox, and these ones exclusive to PS2. And I felt like Xbox got a lot of big support from Sega. I mean, you have like Crazy Taxi 3, Toe Jam and Earl 3, Shenmue 2, you got Outrun 2 and Outrun 2006, and Microsoft really tried with their exclusives. I felt like they were really trying to like just cast a wide net and offer a ton of different games and different genres for all different types of players. I mean, like you had like party games with like Fusion Frenzy. You know, they tried to appeal to kids with, you know, kind of their mascot platformer Blinks. And most of these things, I feel like, you know, like they were okay successes, or they just didn't do anything like at all. Like you have Sneakers on the Xbox, where you're a mouse finding other mice in a large house. That game was like a Toys R Us exclusive, and for good reason. You know, damn sure Walmart wouldn't take it. You know, they tried. You know, Microsoft really did try to appeal to a wide audience with this console. So much so that they kind of started a bit of a, you know, unique practice of theirs, which was pretty much just buying people. Yeah, it's kind of like annoying to mention this stuff constantly. You know, it feels like most people that are, you know, little Nintendo gremlins, whenever we decide to talk about Xbox, we constantly have to talk about Rare. Oh, Xbox bought Rare and they ruined them. Yeah, I'm kind of sick of hearing about this and talking about it too. But, you know, like, how about this? In Microsoft's defense, Nintendo wasn't interested in buying Rare. They could have bought Rare. They could have said, you know what, we're going to keep you guys under our wing. They decided against it. They just didn't care. They let it happen. They let Microsoft buy them out. And people usually look at Microsoft like they absolutely ruined Rare. And yeah, they definitely played a part in it. But, you know, like a lot of the games that people just didn't give a damn about that Rare put out under Microsoft's supervision during the Xbox era, which like they put out 2 games, right? Literally just Grab by the Ghoulies and Conquer Live and Reloaded. And Conquer Live and Reloaded is a remake of the Nintendo 64 game. I might have a foggy memory with stuff that I've read about this, so of course, you know, please excuse me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about sometimes. But it feels like to me that Rare was kind of facing a couple of like developmental issues. You know, a lot of these games that they were like developing started development on like the N64. And apparently Nintendo didn't want to purchase Rare because they didn't want to fund the projects that they were working on. I don't understand that reason either. I mean, Rare was the developer of the Donkey Kong Country series, which was, you know, a huge series for Nintendo. So it's just like at the very least, like Nintendo could buy Rare and just be like, all right, you're working on Donkey Kong games for us. But I'm not gonna act like I really understand or I know. At the end of the day, I do feel like Microsoft kind of gets just the butt of it all the time when talking about Rare. When I almost feel like Rare themselves just didn't really have a ton of like the greatest projects in the works at the time. But I just don't think Microsoft really manages a lot of these studios that they buy out very well either way. You know, like I feel like they're either too hands off or too hands on. So yeah, they can be blamed for the fact that Rare didn't really do anything of note during the Xbox era. In fact, like they didn't really do much of note for a while. But hey, Grab by the Ghoulies, it's fine. And Conquer Live and Reloaded, that remake definitely gets like a lot of flack sometimes because, you know, they change some weird things and, you know, it's more oddly censored than the Nintendo 64 game. But by and large, I think it's actually like a really good remake and like it looks incredible for an original Xbox game. This thing looks as good as like an Xbox 360 game. And that sentiment I have with that game carries over to the rest of the Xbox generation. I mean, I'm just thinking like, this was really impressive, especially for a first go at a home console. I mean, keep in mind, look at other companies just going like, oh yeah, we can do a video game console. It almost always, 99% of the time, it flops. Hell, companies like Amazon, Google, Apple, they can't do what Microsoft did here. Microsoft did a damn good job. But I think, honestly, a lot of that has to do with the fact that, Microsoft started during, I think, a good time in the gaming industry. I feel like if Microsoft first entered the gaming industry in, like, 2020, I don't think it would be as good as it was here. I think they wouldn't really try to be like an actual like game console like the original Xbox was. I think they'd probably be trying to do a lot of the stuff they're trying to do now, like, oh, we're gonna do a cloud streaming platform and we're gonna do like a game subscription model, but without a lot of the identity of Xbox. Which this console had so much identity. Just how big this damn controller is. It just screams Xbox. When you start up the Xbox console, it's like a fucking science experiment. The game cases are Mountain Dew green. Xbox Live really paved the way for online gaming. It's not like it introduced online gaming, but I think Xbox Live really set in stone that like online gaming is here to stay. It is a genuine big thing. And I feel like it just standardized it for the home console market. In the end, I feel like the original Xbox really hit it out of the park. I wouldn't say it's like my favorite game console. Obviously, look at me. But the original Xbox felt like a true like gamer's console. But it felt like you were kind of like playing with fire, picking that over the PS2. The PS2 just had like literally everything, while the Xbox had, a lot of the stuff the PS2 had, and it also had some cool, unique stuff on its own. But it's like the choice was obvious that the PS2 was kind of the console to go for that generation. I mean, hell, it was a DVD player. The Xbox could play DVDs too, but it was kind of weird. You had to buy the DVD remote for the Xbox for DVDs to like work on the thing. You couldn't just use the controller here, which is weird, but whatever. The original Xbox was an amazing first step for Microsoft in the gaming market. And what followed up here might be one of the best game consoles of all time. At least for the first half of its life. The Xbox 360 might be one of Microsoft's best products they've ever released, and also one of the worst ones they've ever released as well. This thing did so much, but caused so many problems, and kind of set themselves up to, really struggle afterwards. But it's the Xbox 360. It's incredible. It's almost like the roles reversed this generation, where the 360, at least for the first bit of its life, was kind of like what the PS2 was in the 6th generation. I mean, like, it felt like you were more so playing with fire buying a PS3 than with an Xbox 360, even though it was much more likely the Xbox 360 was going to catch fire. Yes, the Red Ring of Death. The Xbox 360 had an extraordinarily high failure rate that just made it, like, not an if, but a when this console was going to break down for you. They lost so much damn money on repairs for this thing, and they had to do it. Like, that's just how this damn thing shipped. But you know what was wild? It almost felt like that was okay. I mean, it wasn't okay, but it kind of felt like the 360 was so good at what it did that it didn't really even matter. This felt like the ultimate gaming device. It just felt like it could do like everything you could want. Even though the PS3 could do more stuff, the Xbox 360 could do more practical stuff. Plus, it was cheaper than that console. It made a lot more sense. You got so many games on here. It was sort of backwards compatible with the original Xbox, like, to an extent. Like, there are some games that just won't work. There are some games that work, but they look weird. And there are some games that work perfectly on it. Who knows? I do like playing original Xbox games on the Xbox 360, but, it's all emulated, and I think especially at that time, it was harder to get emulation 100% right, and they eventually just said, like, this doesn't make financial sense. Nobody even uses backwards compatibility. We're gonna stop. But I do have to, like, go to the list of backwards compatible Xbox games on Xbox 360 every now and then, and there are some surprising ones that are on there. The Guy game is backwards compatible. Why? Whatever. The point is, the Xbox 360 was firing at all cylinders, especially when it came to exclusives, third-party multiplats. It was the best place to play everything. The PS3 at the time was just like kind of garbage. It was overpriced. The exclusives just weren't really there the first few years of the console's life. And because of the architecture Sony used on the PS3, it was harder for developers to make games for it. So many times, like when it came to multi-platform titles, even though the PS3 was far more powerful than the 360, the 360 versions generally looked and ran and played a lot better. And in addition, Microsoft actually got a fair amount of exclusive games from third parties at the time. Off the top of my head, you had BioShock. That was a 360 exclusive initially. Microsoft published the first Mass Effect. Oblivion was a 360 exclusive. And then you had Microsoft pumping out Fable 2, Halo 3, Crackdown. Gears of War blew up and was this huge new franchise for them. Forza Motorsport blew up, and then you also had the spin-off series Forza Horizon eventually come out. And then you had the digital side of things with Xbox Live Arcade, which this was something on the original Xbox, but it exploded on the 360. You know, like this was where kind of the digital revolution began, where Xbox Live Arcade on the original Xbox, a lot of those games were genuinely like arcade games, or it was like your Feeding Frenzy games, you know, like stuff that was like these very simple casual games, and there wasn't a ton of them on the original Xbox. It was honestly like a couple dozen. Xbox Live Arcade on the 360 became like this breeding ground for classic arcade games, reboots of classic arcade games, remakes, just like ports of games, and then like these brand new ideas, indie releases like Super Meat Boy, Braid. That was like the big OG indie game on consoles. You know, the 360 was amazing. But that was like the first half of its life generally. I think the latter half of the 360's life, things started to get a little gross. And I think this is genuinely like where the fall of Xbox kind of started to happen. You know, we can look at like literally every era of Xbox. It's been a rocky road for them. As successful as the brand has been, you know, never really turned a profit, has always had issues. I mean, the 360, even during the first half of its life, I mean, you were having faulty-ass units all over the place. Like, as good as things were, they were also absolutely horrible. But I think the second half of the 360's life was so focused on getting that casual audience. The Xbox was like the center of the living room, all about media. You know, things started to get a little weird with the Kinect. And everybody fell for this thing. Now, launched in 2010, right alongside Sony's attempt to compete with the Wii, the PlayStation Move. And, you know, it was no contest. The Kinect was far more successful, far more appealing. It's weird as hell because, like, Sony had a very similar product for the PS2, the iToy. You know, of course, the iToy was more or less just like a basic-ass webcam. And then the games that you'd play with the iToy would kind of do something funny with it. The Kinect had a lot more tech behind it. Even though, more or less, it was kind of the same idea as the iToy for the PS2. And listen, man, I think it's really easy to just dog on the Kinect. You know, everybody hates the thing. It kind of killed Xbox for a bit there. Every E3 press conference from Microsoft from like 2010 to 2011 to 2012, it was so focused on Kinect. And like people were like, bro, like this is awful. And like nobody wants to play Kinect anymore. Like absolutely nobody. Everybody is nostalgic for the Wii back then. Like Kinects literally rot in game stores these days. It was such a fad. As much as the Wii was sort of a fad, people still want to play Wii games. Nobody wants to play the Kinect anymore. But it was successful at the time, you know? I bought a Kinect. My friends bought a Kinect. It was kind of a perfect time for Microsoft to introduce that because, you know, the Wii was starting to fizzle out. I think people, including myself, were kind of feeling like, hey, you know, like I really like my Wii, but, you know, it's kind of starting to get to the end of its life. I'm not really getting as much as I really can out of it. So you end up getting an Xbox 360, but you kind of want those fun motion control games as well. Here you go. You have the Kinect, and it's different. It's more unique, and you have that whole marketing of like, hey, you're the controller. You don't need no stinking controller anymore. A lot of the games were fun enough. You know, Kinect Adventures, the pack-in game for Kinect, had some fun stuff in it. Kinect Sports was pretty enjoyable. You had a few games here and there, especially like the dancing games, Dance Central, Just Dance. You know, those all worked really well with Kinect. But it was so damn obvious when you got a Kinect that it's just like, hey, this is kind of cool for an afternoon. And then it kind of felt like you had to force yourself to use it after that. It obviously wasn't really like the future of things. Of course, I think a lot of people claiming that like, hey, gaming should always be about this right here. I just feel like it's a little closed-minded, you know? Like, to think that all video games are and can ever be is controlled by something with 4 face buttons, 2 triggers, 2 shoulder buttons, 2 sticks. You know, I feel like it's like, that limits video games so much, you know? Yes, most general video games can be played with something like this, but, you know, that boxes in what video games can be. I think you should have stuff like the Kinect, or the Wii Remote and PlayStation Move, all of this funky stuff. But you know what was strange? Most of the things that Kinect did felt more limited than what they would feel like if you had like an actual controller in your hands. I honestly feel like the idea of like, oh, you being the controller just didn't really feel as immersive as I think Microsoft kind of implied that it would make you feel in their marketing. You know, like something like, let's say, Kinect Star Wars. Oh my god, you have 1-to-1 lightsaber battles. It's like, what feels more immersive? Actually holding something in your hand that, you know, you swipe around and oh my god, in the game you're, you know, wielding a lightsaber. Or pretending you're holding a lightsaber when you're actually holding absolutely nothing. And you're just like wailing your arms around. You know, it doesn't feel as immersive as you hope it would. In addition, at this time, Microsoft was kind of moving towards like, hey, a casual market, media consumption on the Xbox. You know, I remember at E3 press conferences, they were showing off like Internet Explorer on 360 and all the media apps you could play on the Xbox 360. And when it came to exclusives, it felt like Microsoft started to become kind of complacent with old reliable. You know, by the end of things, you know, we weren't.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Stand for Jinx. Brilliant.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I really need a new gun. But don't tell me
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I don't even think once about blowing stuff up.
An enemy has been slain.
For these reasons.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm thinking.
An ally has been slain.
Hold on. I'm about to see something really cool. I'm wearing lots of belts. Pay no attention to the track.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Gotta die sometime.
Rampage. An ally has been slain.
You think I'm crazy? You should see my picture.
Really getting like a Microsoft that was trying to push like brand new exclusives and try to get like working with third parties to get certain games as exclusives to the Xbox 360. By E3 2011, they announced Halo 4, directly after Halo 3, which the whole thing with that game was like, oh, finish the fight. It's ending here. And then you had, kind of the side title or like prequel to that, Halo Reach in 2010 being the last Bungie developed Halo game. And E3 2011, here's Halo 4. It's like, it felt like you're milking it at this point. Especially at the time, Halo 4 was announced to be like the start of a new trilogy. I think it was called like the Reclaimer trilogy. And I guess that kind of happened with Halo 5 and then Halo Infinite. That was over a period of like 10 years. Halo 4 was announced in 2011. Halo Infinite launched in 2021. And Halo 5 and Halo Infinite weren't on the 360. And they were like going like, this is going to be a new trilogy of games on the 360. It's like, okay. You have Gears of War 3 and Gears of War Judgment. And then, more Forza Horizon. It's just the same thing over and over and over again. And more Kinect titles. And it just kind of felt like at this time, Microsoft was losing a lot of steam. They felt a little directionless. It was like they didn't really know where to go with, the games they were releasing on their console. And it just kind of felt like Xbox became, all about Kinect and media consumption, especially when the PS3 was starting to do really well. I mean, you were getting so many big, awesome exclusives on the thing. Especially like the final year of the PS3 and Xbox 360 being like, the main consoles until like their successors came out. 2013, right before PS4 launched, like a couple months before, you got The Last of Us. Literally like one of the defining exclusives of the PS3. In 2013 on the 360, like what? Like Gears of War Judgment? Ew! Xbox wasn't really the same as it was near the beginning of the 360 generation. And that was blatantly noticeable when they announced the Xbox One. Alright, as much as the latter half of the 360's life is the fall of Xbox, this is like literally like when they hit the bottom of the grave. The Xbox One will go down in history as one of the greatest gaming disasters of all time. Even though the console ended up doing like fine. The announcement debacle was so horrendous. Like it was iconic. It was legendary. 2013 was an absolutely wild time for gaming. I mean, like this was a really damn good year. First off, there was like constantly big new releases, especially on the previous generation of systems, which was going out at the time. We get this new generation coming in. But, for a big final year for that, it was incredible. BioShock Infinite, Tomb Raider, Grand Theft Auto 5. It's like, my lord. And then you cap it off with the Xbox One and PS4 launching. And PS4 was initially announced in like early 2013. They had this big old press conference. They didn't even show the console at the time. They just showed the DualShock 4 controller and a bunch of games. And it was a solid showing. I think they did a good job really pushing forward and showing like, hey, like this is the PS4. This is what we're looking to do with it. It felt like Sony had a direction they were heading in. And Microsoft also had a direction they were heading in. It was the wrong one. So the Xbox One was officially revealed in May of 2013, a couple months later. And this showing was horrible. They barely showed off like any games, really. I mean, like for the most part, a lot of the games they were showing were games that were so tone deaf. It's like, who the hell cares about this? They mainly talked about EA Sports titles in Call of Duty and watching TV on the Xbox One. How this Xbox One has a brand new Kinect sensor that's a lot more accurate. Oh, also, it's required. You can't unplug it, which is like one of the dumbest things ever. It comes standard with every Xbox One, and the Xbox One needs the Kinect plugged in for it to work properly. Why? That's just so stupid. I get why they included it with every box. You know, as dumb as that also is, I understand they wanted you to do that just so then, like, hey, like every Xbox One like comes with a Kinect, so then like developers will feel more inclined to support it. Because on the 360, you know, to develop the Kinect title, you know, you're developing it for a very minute number of 360 owners that own a Kinect. You know, the Kinect did really well, but it's still like a fraction of 360 owners owned a Kinect. Now with the Xbox One, every Xbox One comes with a Kinect, so there's no excuse not to develop Kinect games. With that being said, it's still dumb because it raised the price substantially with this thing for something that most games weren't using. Kind of a lot of the same problem with like the Wii U and Wii U gamepad. Most games didn't use the Wii U gamepad in very like substantial ways. So that's why so many people were begging for Nintendo to like do a gamepadless bundle where it's just the Wii U and the Wii U Pro controller. But no, Nintendo stuck to their guns, and Microsoft almost tried to stick to their guns because in addition, the Xbox One had to connect to the internet. They had to do an online check-in. So effectively, this console was supposed to be always online. Nowadays, that isn't really like anything new at all. Technically, the PlayStation 5 requires like an online check-in, at least if you're, you know, hooking up a disk drive to your PlayStation 5. It has to check online for you to use that disk drive. And there's so many games that require online at all times. Like, that isn't really anything new these days. That isn't anything special. But back in 2013, that was ballsy. You know, so many people were like, yeah, I don't really have a consistent enough internet connection. I don't really have great internet access. But, you know, like, they were still like, hey, we got to do this, especially because they wanted to be able to detect if you have a used game or not. That was another big thing. The Xbox One would detect if your game was a used game and it wouldn't play them. They were ahead of the time with this thing in many ways. Like, this feels like a console that just should have been like a digital only console. Like, if you're gonna force me to use like new games like nonstop with this thing, why even have discs with it? Like, you know, like it just makes it so much simpler to just make it digital only. But like, yeah, you can't go digital only because this is 2013. As far as the internet was along at that time, you know, it's not like we were still like constantly in dial-up times, but still, you know, like it wasn't reliable enough. Like, the internet wasn't at a point where like you could feasibly do that. But they damn well tried. And they got such massive backlash with it that, you know, a couple weeks later, they rolled back everything. They pretty much feverishly went, okay, the Xbox One doesn't require you to leave the Kinect plugged in. It won't require online check-ins, and you can play used games on it. Of course, Microsoft's vision with this console was very cloud-based, and, you know, there was, like, a lot of ideas behind, like, oh, there was Crackdown 3. That was supposedly going to be, like, a big cloud-based game, and it was going to utilize the power of the cloud. Of course, you look at how Crackdown 3 turned out, and it's like, okay, buddy. But they had a vision for this console, and that vision was completely stripped away because their vision, the only thing we were really getting told about this vision in 2013 was all the horrible negative things about it. I'm not advocating for what Microsoft intended the Xbox One to be at the time, but you can't deny that, like, they had a more focused direction they were heading with the console before they changed all of this stuff. After they changed it, I think the Xbox One became a better, more consumer-friendly product, especially when they were kind of trying to course correct and they were trying to win people over later on in the generation. But when you take a look at the Xbox One's legacy, what the hell is it? This console has no character. The entire generation, they were just constantly trying to do whatever they could to win consumers back. This console launched at $500, $100 more than the PS4. And it just took basically like 6 months for them to release a bundle that stripped the Kinect out of there, and it was only $400. Which they needed to do, man, because at launch, the Xbox One was less powerful than the PS4. So what, you're gonna spend more money on a less powerful console? But to be fair, at the launch of the Xbox One, I honestly think it had better exclusives. You had Dead Rising 3, Rise Son of Rome, Forza 5, compared to the PS4's, which was like Knack and Killzone Shadowfall. And like, yeah, the Xbox One had the better end of the stick there. Dead Rising 3 is pretty good. Rise Son of Rome was a pretty good like technical achievement. Wasn't a bad game. And then you have Forza 5 for your Forza fans. But then after that, like, what was going on? Well, you had the Halo Master Chief Collection, which like launched in an abysmal state. Quantum Break, which was meant to like correlate with a TV show. I never played Quantum Break, so I have no fucking idea. Microsoft really tried with Rise of the Tomb Raider. That was a third-party exclusive they bought the rights for like a year. It was a timed exclusive, and people were pissing and moaning about that when like Sony does that all the time. So I'm just like, this is kind of dumb. Yeah, it's a little lame that Microsoft bought the rights to this game for a year, even though it would have come out regardless, like if Microsoft didn't do that. But like Sony does that all the time. On the PS5, Deathloop, Ghostwire Tokyo, those were PS5 timed exclusives. The Final Fantasy games, like those are all timed exclusives on PlayStation. You had Halo 5, which didn't really please anybody. Gears of War 4 and 5, which are quality games, but they just kind of feel a little like empty to me. I don't know, where I'm like, you know, they please some Gears of War fans, but that's all they really feel like they do at this point. Got to the point where it's pretty much just a bunch of Forza. That was like your go-to game on Xbox One, was just the constant Forza games they were pumping out every single year. You know, there's good stuff every now and then. Rare Replay was a great compilation. Sunset Overdrive, that was a super fun game, but, you know, it sold horribly. Sea of Thieves, that launched kind of like in a bit of a mixed state, but, you know, it eventually became like one of the biggest multiplayer games out there. But yeah, to be honest, the Xbox One was just a very empty console. It got games, yeah, but like it felt like it was really struggling with exclusives. Like the exclusives Microsoft was putting out just weren't really worthwhile. Even if they were good games, it didn't feel like they were good enough games to warrant buying an entire console for. And even then, when pretty much all you're putting out is Forza, Halo, Gears of War, and then you have like your random little title here and there. Dead Rising 4 was Xbox One exclusive for like a year. Oh boy, Super Lucky's Tale, Recore, like it's just, like all of these games just did not do a damn thing. But at least when it came to appealing to consumers, I think Microsoft was really trying here. I mean, not only did they get rid of the Kinect and they pretty much like stopped Kinect support like halfway through the Xbox One's life, they slashed the price of this thing and they introduced Xbox 360.
No! My baby's going to fall!
Shit! I'm gonna die!
You're an acorn. You're supposed to fall.
Mama, I can't do it, lads! I'm a coward! No, you bastard!
See, he's fine. Oh. He's alive! Just about. Use your powers to make him grow into a tree, little wizard! Quick! He doesn't have much time! Acorns aren't supposed to be made of flesh. Maybe this one wasn't meant to be a tree. How can you say that, you callous twat? I know what's best for him. Now make him grow! See? Look how happy he is to be a tree. He doesn't look thrilled. No!
My professor gave us a 10-page paper due the day after finals week ended. Not during finals, not before, after. Someone asked if it was a mistake and he said no. He wanted us to have uninterrupted time to really think. Half the class had already moved out by then. People were writing essays on airport floors, in hotel lobbies, in cars on the way home. One person submitted theirs from a rest stop bathroom because it was the only place with Wi-Fi. I emailed him and said I would not be in town that week and asked if I could submit early. He said no, because early submissions lack urgency. When we finally submitted, the grading took over a month. There was no feedback or rubric or really anything to go off of, just a single letter grade posted in silence. Someone asked for clarification and he replied, grades are a reflection, not a conversation. He curved the final down because too many people did well, and that means expectations were not high enough. One student filed a complaint. The department said they would review the syllabus structure for future terms. Apparently, 37% of the class failed, and the other 63% all barely passed. Not a single A in the class. He is still teaching. My professor gave us a 10-page paper due the day after finals week ended. Not during finals, not before, after. Someone asked if it was a mistake and he said no. He wanted us to have uninterrupted time to really think. Half the class had already moved out by then. People were writing essays on airport floors, in hotel lobbies, in cars on the way home. One person submitted theirs from a rest stop bathroom because it was the only place with Wi-Fi. I emailed him and said I would not be in town that week and asked if I could submit early. He said no, because early submissions lack urgency. When we finally submitted, the grading took over a month. There was no feedback or rubric or really anything to go off of, just a single letter grade posted in silence. Someone asked for clarification and he replied, grades are a reflection, not a conversation. He curved the final down because too many people did well, and that means expectations were not high enough. One student filed a complaint. The department said they would review the syllabus structure for future terms. Apparently, 37% of the class failed, and the other 63% all barely passed. Not a single A in the class. He is still teaching. My professor gave us a 10-page paper due the day after finals week ended. Not during finals, not before, after. Someone asked if it was a mistake and he said no. He wanted us to have uninterrupted time to really think. Half the class had already moved out by then. People were writing essays on air.
Every year, our company holds...
How much is a whale?
Cases says Counter-Strike is better than Valorant?
Why would you play Valorant when Counter-Strike is right there?
Yeah!
If you're wanting to play like that, you might as well just play Counter-Strike instead. It's literally like Counter-Strike, but with a bunch of garbage in it.
Yeah!
CS has too many cheaters. You're probably just buns, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah! Cases says Counter-Strike is better than Valorant?
Why would you play...
With the shotgun, fighting till the war's won. I don't care if everyone take me back. I'll throw away my faith in me just to keep it sane. With the shotgun, fighting till the war's won. I don't care if
Nigel, why is there a throbbing brain growing in our front garden? Well, that was horrific. How do we stop it screaming?
Why do you approach Barbara the vegetable when she festers in her compost mound?
This brain plant won't stop screaming.
Oh, cutie pie! This is a little brain sprout. Never wear garden weed, aren't you? You vegicidal maniac! No, you must care for it. Love it until it dies a peaceful, natural death. Then you can make it into a tasty soup. Brainy.
How long will it live?
Oh, only about 6 or 7 years.
What? Nigel, are those more brains? I'll fetch the weed killer.
Backwards compatibility with the Xbox One. That was a big thing this generation, the lack of backwards compatibility. Well, they brought it back for select titles. And, eventually over the years, I think the Xbox One had a very respectable lineup of Xbox 360 games you could play on it. They looked and ran better on Xbox One. You could use your OG discs. You could buy them on the store. If you bought them originally on Xbox 360, you could just play them on Xbox One free of charge. And eventually they did the same for original Xbox games, which they barely did any of these. They only did like 50 of them or so. Still, it's nice that they did that, but like 50 Xbox games out of like 1,000 or so they released. The Xbox 360 definitely had like a more respectable amount available. It's something where, when they stopped putting out Xbox backwards compatible titles, they said like, we pretty much reached the limit of what we can do. I kind of disagree with that. I think they reached the limit based on like what they wanted to do. Like they were like, we could keep going, but Microsoft didn't want to keep like putting money into like doing this. They kind of implied that it was like a licensing thing where it's like, yeah, pretty much like we got to the extent of like what we could do like licensing and legally. I'm like, bro, they didn't even do the original Halo for Xbox. You can't put in Halo 1 on the Xbox One and it's gonna work. Like you just can't do it. I'm like, you gotta be shitting me. But still a really cool thing, like a very pro-consumer move. Just the fact you can use your old discs is great. And then they introduced Xbox Game Pass, which was like this crazy deal. You pay a subscription fee and you can download all of these games. You know, you don't stream them or anything. You don't do any of that nonsense. You pay a monthly fee and you can download just all these games, as many as you want, as long as they're available on the Game Pass service. Bro, they were practically giving this stuff away. Like they were giving away like week-long Game Pass codes in like Pop-Tart boxes. It was nuts. And it was an incredible deal. Like it was insane. Maybe a little too insane, because this whole subscription model pretty much overtook Game Pass there. Like, it was an amazing deal. It was super cool at first, but it got to the point that this was pretty much Microsoft's future with Xbox. Xbox was no longer like this console idea for them. It became all about the service, and it became all about just like offering things, you know, like let's put Xbox everywhere we can. Let's put an Xbox app everywhere we can. They started investing more into Game Pass than they did like actual exclusives for the Xbox. They started investing more into cloud streaming and purchasing studios, which initially is like, oh, that's all fine and good, but you just start to see like how like, okay, you're spending all this money and what's happening. Because near the end of the Xbox One's life, like there was pretty much nothing. Like pretty much the last major exclusive for the Xbox One was Gears 5. After that, we didn't really get anything. What, Battletoads on Xbox One? Like, no. Because by 2020, we got the Xbox Series X and S. What wonderful consoles. A tremendous leap of a generation. Just look at how different things are now. The Xbox Series X and S are fundamentally just souped up Xbox Ones. That's what it is. I like that from the perspective that like, hey, like you're pretty much just continuing on the Xbox One generation. The store's the same, you know, your library carries over, all of that stuff. But at the same time, you can just genuinely see that like Microsoft is more so looking at the Xbox Series X and S as like a vehicle to like subscribe to their services, rather than like seeing them as like entities to support, I guess. Because the Xbox Series X launched with like nothing. Pretty much just launched with like enhanced versions of Xbox One games. It was meant to launch with Halo Infinite, but even then, Halo Infinite was going to come out on Xbox One as well. But they delayed that a year and it came out okay. But it's like the Xbox Series X has just been like pretty much like, oh, it's a very good piece of hardware with nothing to show for it. Microsoft had struggled so much with putting out consistent exclusives to the point that like they really didn't for a couple of years there. They'd put out games, sure, but it was like it was really, really barren. Pretty much the only thing they were putting out was like new updates to Game Pass, which was like, oh, here's the game that's gonna be in Game Pass this month. It's like cool, but that's all Microsoft really became. And guess what? They kept buying more studios. They bought Bethesda, and then they bought Activision Blizzard. Billions upon billions upon billions of dollars are spent here. And it's like the initial idea is kind of cool where it's like, wow, Microsoft is really gonna just lock in here. They're really gonna compete with Sony. Bethesda games are gonna be exclusive. Activision games are gonna be exclusive. And then it turns out, no. It's not that I necessarily want a lot of these games to be exclusive, but at the very least, it felt like Microsoft was really wanting to become much more competitive with Sony. And initially, they kind of wanted to do that. They tried a couple Bethesda games exclusive, and it didn't work out because Bethesda was not doing well. Pretty much all the games they were putting out were not anything great. Oh, well, yeah, Redfall, yeah, it turned out great. And Starfield, which is a fine game, but, you know, expecting it to do, like, Fallout or Elder Scrolls numbers, like, people just weren't that interested in it overall. It just didn't turn out to be that generation-defining game that Bethesda released previously. You know, like, it just felt like it was a generation or two behind. And guess what? Because these acquisitions cost a lot of money, and they also just weren't bringing in enough money themselves, Microsoft started closing damn studios. They closed the studio that made the only damn exclusive worth it on Xbox, Hi-Fi Rush. Thankfully, that studio got saved, but still, they raised Game Pass prices because this stuff gets expensive. And it's like, it's at the point where Game Pass, while I think it is still a good deal, it's only really a great deal if you're constantly playing games on it. If you're not, and you just kind of use it every now and then like me, you're actively losing money on it constantly. There might be a month where I don't play a Game Pass game, and it's like, okay, well, yep, I wasted money that month. And with them having to raise prices, like, it isn't the same deal it used to be. And now, like, Microsoft is pretty much going multi-platform. Bethesda games, they gave up on making those Xbox exclusives. You know, Doom the Dark Ages, PS5 in addition to Xbox Series X. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, you know, they made that Xbox exclusive for a bit, but then, you know, PS5 release. Because it's obvious Microsoft wants to expand their horizons. I think they understand that their exclusives, while they can be great, but for the most part, they've been kind of dog. I think they're more interested in becoming like the biggest game publisher and turning Xbox into a service that's available everywhere, on your other game consoles, on your tablet, on your laptop, on your TV. And I understand that move, but it is really sad because you can see a way where Microsoft could have made this work, where they could have been like, hey, like the Xbox is a genuine competitor to the PS5. These days, like, yeah, there is some reason to own an Xbox Series X over a PS5. I think the backwards compatibility options are tremendous. You know, the fact I can use old discs on the Xbox Series X, that's great. But, you know, Microsoft is moving to a digital-only world. Eventually, that feature is not really going to be there. And then you also have like, oh man, Game Pass, that's a great deal. It's just getting to the point, man, where it's just like, I just don't really care about Game Pass. I don't think it's as good of a deal as it used to be. And even then, I look over on the PlayStation 5, and PlayStation Plus Premium is honestly pretty damn good. I think it's just as good, if not better than Game Pass in many ways. Yeah, Game Pass had the whole like, oh yeah, you know, Xbox Studios titles are day and date on Game Pass. That doesn't mean a damn thing anymore. Have you seen Xbox Studios titles? Yes, they made a big splash with Call of Duty Black Ops 6. You know, that was the first Call of Duty that's like, hey, this is gonna be on Game Pass, day and date. But it's like, you know, did that really matter all that much? I feel like it would have mattered a lot more if Black Ops 6 was like exclusive for a month on Xbox consoles. Because honestly, Game Pass is getting to a point where it is pricey, where it's like, yeah, like if you're interested in Black Ops 6, like, are you really interested in all the other crap on Game Pass? Probably not. A lot of people, honestly, all they play is Call of Duty. So, like, you can just buy Call of Duty and just, it's one and done, you're over with it. Or you can subscribe to Game Pass, where you're gonna pay, like, a third of the price of Call of Duty for 1 month, and then you're gonna risk forgetting about it, and then you're gonna be overpaying for it, for months straight. And honestly, I feel like a lot of people are getting tired of, like, subscription services like that. So it's like, I don't know, man. The point I'm trying to make is, as much as like Xbox going multi-platform and becoming more of a service makes sense, it's also kind of sad, because I feel like it was kind of a mismanagement issue that led to Microsoft going in that direction. You know, there's so many games that like they announced and they wouldn't come out for like 5+ years. I honestly feel like Microsoft is a little too hands-off with a lot of games, or they might be too hands-off with certain games and too hands-on with others, to the point that like a lot of these games are just in development hell. So you have a console here that like has absolutely no exclusive games, or the exclusive games it does have, they're also available on PC and on the original Xbox One. Just, it doesn't have exclusives worth buying a console over. It's a fine piece of hardware, but like there's nothing really worth playing on it compared to a PS5. So you have a console that's just kind of sitting there for a couple of years. So it's just like, yeah, they end up going like, well, let's just put our games everywhere and we're going to make more money that way. Game Pass has a lot of potential to become the Netflix of gaming. So, you know, let's turn Xbox more into a service, and that's how you play Xbox Game Studios games. You know, that's how they spread the word of their brand, rather than trying to get people to invest in a $500 console. So it's like, yeah, it makes sense. But I can't help but feel like a lot of bad things happened to get to this point. And, you know, if Microsoft maybe tried to just make it work a little bit harder, things wouldn't be this way. But you know, I understand, but, you know, it feels kind of sad to see the Xbox brand go this direction. But at one point or another, I didn't think that. I was like, oh my God, the Bethesda acquisition, now Microsoft's gonna try. Oh, the Activision acquisition, now Microsoft's gonna try. You know, you can see it here because, you know, the following video that's about to play is a conversation I had with John from Spawnwave about, you know, where the Xbox brand went wrong. But this video was recorded a while back. You know, a fair amount of the videos that you've seen on Scott Stash were recorded like months, years ago. This one in particular was initially made available as an unlisted link to people that bought Clue Scott the Woz edition and was emailed to them. But it's been a couple of years, and this video is probably a little outdated. I feel like I've said, like, I like where Microsoft is going. And this was before Microsoft shut down Tango Gameworks, and it's like, okay, buddy. So if you're interested in outdated discussions on Xbox, I don't know where else this video would go, so I'm just going to give it here because it is a little too outdated to release on its own publicly. So there you go. Enjoy. So, John, Xbox, I feel like this brand has been incredible. It's gone up and down throughout the years, starting off with the original Xbox. It felt like Microsoft was like incredibly hungry for success. They were the newcomers that generation, and they did so much within the short time period. The original Xbox was truly relevant because it was really only from like 2001 to 2005 until the Xbox 360 took over, and pretty much when the 360 took over, it was pretty much over for the original Xbox. They just dropped that like a wet sock. And then with the Xbox 360, that was like the dominant core system for the majority of its life. But then near the end of its life, it did feel like something changed. That kind of gave Sony a bit of leeway to kind of take over that generation with the PS3. In the latter half of the PS3's life, they had so many big titles, including The Last of Us, and PS3 ended up technically winning that generation if you don't consider the Wii as a part of that. Then with the Xbox One, you know, the infamous whole deal with the used game debacle, the always online debacle, pretty much right when the Xbox One was revealed, it already lost that generation. And it feels like the Xbox brand has been kind of wounded from that whole reveal ever since. And they've been able to bounce back quite well, in my opinion, but there's been a lot of talk, especially recently, about just like what happened to like Xbox and their games output and a lot of the other stuff with the brand. I mean, what's your perspective on the Xbox brand throughout history? What's your history with the brand, and what did you think about them back when it was new, during each generation, now, all of that?
When the Xbox first came out, it definitely felt different than a lot of stuff around it at the time. It felt like this more mature, really powerful system. It was more powerful in the PS2 and the GameCube technically, and it did a lot of cool things like have a hard drive built in so you didn't need a memory card, which is a pain for the other platforms, but it was targeting that more mature audience. And when they first showed up, it kind of felt like it was the Dreamcast replacement completely, because Sega also made the move over and Microsoft just got a bunch of their IPs and made games for it and put it on the Xbox. Like Jet Set Radio Futures is a big one that I remember. But after the original Xbox, you're right, they got out of that pretty quick. I think that generation was 4 years maybe, and it capped off with Halo 2, which Bungie was a big driving force for that original Xbox with the Halo series. But the 360 really took off when it was first shown. It came out a year earlier, had Call of Duty 2 right next to it, which was a really big deal at the time. But Microsoft, after the 360 and they went to the Xbox One, they kind of seemed to get caught up and excited at the idea of the mainstream gamer and consumer after what they saw with the Kinect and stuff that was coming up. So they made that push for the Xbox One. And if you remember at E3, they said TV like 40 some odd times. It was just all about the multimedia experience and not as much about games. And they've gone on back and talked about how a lot of the information that got out there with used games and the Kinect always watching you, that was a big thing too. It's like you put a camera in your home, and now everyone has cameras in their homes, and you got the Alexa that's listening all the time, and like we've given up our privacy rights at this point to all the tech companies. But it was tough from a marketing standpoint because then Sony just obliterated them with the PS4 and the used game commercial that was 20 seconds long where he hands them the game and that was it. But right out of the gate, it's $100 more, it's less powerful in the PlayStation 4, and there are all these restrictions that are being talked about. And you're right, I think that entire generation, they were just trying to play catch-up all the way through. And it's one of the reasons that now, more than ever, you hear about all this consumer-friendly messaging from Microsoft is because they pretty much had to try to make up for what happened with Don Mattrick, which, by the way, I will say this. I feel like the Xbox One, if they revealed it with that same messaging in 2021 or 2022, I don't know if it would have gotten the same kind of backlash.
It was ahead of its time.
Yeah, it was. I think it was way ahead of its time with its messaging. But what's weird is they were on the right track. It now more than ever, physical sales are down. People have no problem with the idea of just buying their games digitally. It was different then in 2012, 2013. And now it's all about subscription games, live service, and continuing to play the same game over and over again for 10 years, maybe more, and just have expansions on top of it. So I feel like they had an idea. They were correct in their direction. They tried to get there way too early, and it cost them an entire generation that they're kind of recovering from now with the Xbox Series.
I'm just trying to recall like when the Xbox One was revealed, because so much of the dialogue back then was just, you always have to be online, and they're restricting used games, and that was pretty much it. Do you recall what like Microsoft was saying the reason for being online all the time? Like, what were they trying to sell with that? Like, when they initially revealed Crackdown 3, they were talking about how like the cloud was going to enable that game to be like something incredible. And I know Crackdown 3 was not incredible. I played it for a bit on Game Pass. How much internet connectivity is even really in Crackdown 3?
It's more for the multiplayer. The idea was the destruction, the calculations for the physics, and all the stuff with the buildings exploding and rubble going everywhere and how it would affect the playing field would be computed by much more powerful and capable systems in a data center somewhere. And that's, Microsoft has their Azure setup, and they wanted to not only flex it for the game, but also for mass marketing and showcasing it to companies that would then pour millions, maybe even billions of dollars into it to use it for things even outside of gaming. But I think the idea with the always online was they saw what Xbox Live was turning into, and from its original conception, they saw it with the original Xbox as a way for people to just play games, and then it evolved into a marketplace with the Xbox 360, and I feel like they wanted it to evolve even further with the Xbox One, and the only way to do that was to just have everyone who has a system, if you're using it, you're using Xbox Live and you're online. They can basically count on you being part of that if you have the Xbox, and I think that was a big reason for them to do the always online thing, is they had plans that didn't really come to fruition. And what's interesting is with the Xbox Series, though, you need an internet connection to set the thing up in the first place. So
yeah,
and using Game Pass, and they've kind of just pushed people in that direction anyway, and people are much more receptive now. But I can see back in 2012 and 2013 when you're starting to hear these rumors and you go, well, I don't have great internet right now.
No, the world was not ready.
No.
The world was not ready for something like that. And I feel like Microsoft learned from their mistakes with the Xbox One, with the Series X, because even though that technically required an internet connection when you booted it up, it was a very quiet requirement, because like I don't remember Microsoft announcing that prior to the Series X and Series S launching. It was just kind of like people discovered that when they got it out of the box, and I feel like the whole problem was like the messaging of it with the Xbox One, because like you're saying, that may have been how Microsoft was viewing the always online requirement, but the way they kind of messaged it was more in the form of like, this is a limitation of the console, rather than, oh, look at all these amazing things that can happen by always being online. It felt more like a limitation to the consumers, and I think that was like one of the big problems. The Xbox One just always felt like all these, you know, like limitations, no used games, no online, and all of that. And the fact that it required the Kinect, which was by all extents and purposes just an accessory that barely any games on the system required or even used, which, why did you have to keep that thing plugged in? It made no sense. and I feel like the Xbox One really set them up to fail that generation, even though they did okay. I mean, what would you say is the general idea of like how many they sold that
Xbox
generation?
One, it was like right around 50 million or so.
Yeah, because they stopped reporting sales, so it's kind of like
there's some people who have the numbers that they can't post them publicly, but to my knowledge is somewhere in the 52 to 53 million range, somewhere in there.
which isn't too bad. Like I'd say that's fine. That's a fair enough amount. But especially compared to the PS4 and the Nintendo Switch, it's peanuts.
Well, it also makes you wonder how many systems they actually sold with the 360 because they had that red ring issue. And it was like in the 80s. It was like 85 or so million. But if they didn't have the red ring issue, would it have sold closer to what we have with the Xbox One, where it was in the mid-50s? So, like, that, people wonder about that Xbox 360 number a lot, if it's inflated and the Xbox One was the actual consumer base for the Xbox brand, which in that instance, I mean, it would have been flat or maybe even slightly built from the 360. But the 360 just had a lot of momentum for it, and the Xbox One didn't out of the gate. The 360, this nice new-looking system that was at the time competing with the PS2 and the GameCube in 2006 for the most part, right? So it had a lot. It had a lot of momentum behind it, even though it had some obvious issues, but Microsoft, they went big with the 360.
The 360 always felt like this ultimate, like it felt like more of an ultimate media center than the Xbox One, which is strange because like that's what they wanted to position the Xbox One as, especially just back then in 2005, from 2005 to like 2010, where it was just like all these brand new things were coming forward where it's just streaming video, and you could get the HD DVD adapter, and you could also buy movies and all of that on it. Of course, the PS3 was a bit more of like the ultimate media center, but still, it just kind of felt like you could do anything on like the Xbox 360, which was really, really cool at the time. But in terms of games, because these are game consoles after all, while the Xbox 360, you know, was, it really did feel like Microsoft was putting out a lot of like really solid titles back then. Do you feel like, I mean, Microsoft has always had kind of an issue with exclusive games. It never really felt like they ever really had, outside of, you know, the mainstays, Halo, Gears, Forza, that kind of stuff. It never really felt like they ever really had much of like an identity with their exclusives. It always just kind of felt like they would fund or buy exclusivity rather than like, man, this is a Microsoft game. And I feel like that's always kind of been the problem, where even in a year like 2022, where Microsoft barely did anything, like exclusive-wise, they still published, you know, some games here and there, like Pentiment, where it's just like, yeah, that's a really critically acclaimed game. May not be for everybody, but it's still something where it's just like, yeah, Microsoft, you know, bought out the studio that then made that game, and you know, thus it's kind of a Microsoft published exclusive, I guess.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like a Microsoft game. And I look at all of the Xbox 360 exclusives, and there was a ton of stuff on the 360, but a lot of games in those early years and even later on were just kind of like paid exclusives by Microsoft. I look at Mass Effect, you know, that was originally 360 exclusive, and it was published by Microsoft back then, but you know, then the series went multi-platform. BioShock, Call of Duty 2 was console exclusive, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and like how many, like I look back at the original Xbox, and I feel like that was when Microsoft was really trying to just like, they were trying to find their voice, throwing as much at the wall and seeing what stuck. I mean, you got random stuff like Whacked, Phantom Dust.
Cameo.
Yeah, Cameo on the 360.
There were some weird games in there.
All this stuff that Rare was making, which, you know, was pretty hit or miss, but still, I mean, like, you know, like they were throwing all kinds of different styles and genres at the table. And then with the Xbox One, man, I don't really know. Like, it's interesting. How do you perceive like the Xbox exclusives throughout the years, not just with any particular generation?
I think the issue they ran into is, like you said, they were funding a lot of stuff from studios they didn't own. So they would buy the exclusivity and it would work as a temporary solution, but I feel like they just never went all in necessarily on their games division, because really at the time it was kind of I won't say it was a fight, but it wasn't necessarily their big focus. So getting the entire company to go all in wasn't exactly easy. And it wasn't really until recently when they bought Mojang to get Minecraft that it seemed that Phil Spencer got through to Satya Nadella to say, hey, this is a big thing we need to get into. And you've seen how games have evolved from, I mean, when the original Xbox showed up, games were, while we had the PS2 that was selling well, it's like the biggest medium now in entertainment. It's video games. It's not movies or any of that. It's video games. It's a lot of money to make there. So now Microsoft, I mean, the biggest statement is Activision Blizzard for $70 billion. That shows you're all in on it. But at the time, it was more like, we'll fund this game, we'll do this, we'll buy rights for this game, and we'll publish this. And it doesn't lock us in long term to have hundreds of employees that we all of a sudden bring on. We'll just fund the studio if it works, great, and we'll go from there. So kind of like mercenaries throughout most of those generations. They did have some studios like the Coalition, 343, who they formed after Bungie left. But like the Coalition held up Microsoft for a good part of the 360 and the Xbox One era. Playground Games, they just recently bought them. They weren't even owned by Microsoft. They just kept working with them, for a while. But like Turn 10, they were always part of it, and they had developed that Forza Motorsports series. But now that they're buying all these studios, we're seeing this gap in releases because they're getting these studios spun up, and it's at a kind of a bad time because now games take even longer to make than ever. Like a 6-year development window seems to be standard at this point.
It feels like Microsoft has really been at least trying to form new studios with stuff like 343, Coalition, the Initiative. And did Microsoft really have any studios that they truly formed prior to that? Or just worked with? Because I'm trying to think of studios they formed in the original Xbox and 360 days.
Turn 10. Turn 10 was established, it might have been 2001 with the original Xbox. It might have been right then and there with the original Xbox.
Did they originally do Project Gotham?
I think some of the employees had worked on Project Gotham, and then they moved over and developed Forza, and they formed that studio in, it was 2001, and then they released their game, Forza Motorsport, in 2005, so it took them a while to get going. But once they did, they got into this cadence of every couple years, new Forza coming out. Now, you see Forza Motorsport 7, to the newest one, it took them 6 years. And a lot of that's because they went back and they wanted to revamp their engine, but that's just where we are with gaming. It just takes a lot longer to develop these titles, and Microsoft bought a bunch of studios, and they're all like, hey, we're going to start up some new projects, and it's going to take us a while.
So they never really formed many teams outside of, like you were saying, Turn 10 and 343, Coalition, Initiative. And But it always kind of felt like they were just there to be the, obviously with 343 and Coalition, they were kind of built up as all right, we need a new studio to do Halo and Gears of War. It feels like those teams are immensely talented, but it feels like the direction just isn't really there. Now, I haven't really stayed up to date with the Gears of War series. How would you say the Gears of War series really went with the Coalition's direction? How do you feel about Gears 4, 5, Tactics, pretty much anything after 3 and Judgment?
I like Gears of War 5. I actually enjoyed that one more than 4, I think. Tactics I played some of, but I didn't get into that one. But yeah, the Coalition is a studio that, is incredibly talented, and what they've been able to do with Unreal Engine is it's super impressive. But I do wonder if they got, I don't want to say Gears of War out or fatigued of Gears of War, but you get to a point where you're like, man, we've done this a lot. What else can we do?
Yeah, it is something where the Gears games have mostly pretty much always been incredibly high quality, but it does feel like if you're outside of the pre-existing Gears fan base, it does kind of feel like, okay, another one of these. But with 343, you have some thoughts on this with Halo, but it feels like they always get they get one thing right with their releases, and then another thing wrong, and maybe in the next game it'll be flipped, where they get one thing, the other thing that they got wrong right, but then that other thing wrong. So it's just how did you feel about from 4 to 5 to Infinite? because I feel like Infinite's main problems kind of stem from its content release.
Yeah, that's basically it. So with 4 and 5, you could tell it wasn't Bungie doing it anymore, although Reach did get them closer to 4. Like, if it went from 3 to 4, it'd feel really weird going from the two, but Reach was kind of this middle ground for it because they brought in loadouts and different things and abilities. 4, they were definitely looking around at current multiplayer games like a Call of Duty, and they're like, how can we take some of these aspects and put it into the game? Then with 5, they went a little further with it. Although people seem okay with how 5 plays, the story mode I didn't like the story very much. From there, we get Infinite. Infinite plays. It's the best playing Halo game that 343's ever made. The unfortunate thing is they decided for this to make sense going forward, it has to be free to play. It has to be a live service game. And they just were not prepared for it.
It's definitely like a pretty good game at its core. It's just kind of plagued by a lot of the issues that you see with a lot of modern multiplayer games, which is the lack of content and just kind of relying a little too much on the idea of like, oh, well, live service games do well, so let's kind of follow that content release method without actually knowing how like a content release method like that operates to be successful. I mean, you see that with something as silly as like Mario Strikers.
Oh, don't get me started on Mario Strikers.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't consider that to be a live service game, but it has like some attributes of that with how they wanted to do it. And it's a similar situation where it's just like, hey, the gameplay is pretty good. This is obviously made by a wildly talented team, but they're just kind of trying to go a little too much with how the industry is going and what immediately seems like, oh, well, this will make us a lot of money. And it feels like that's how some of Microsoft's like more recent releases feel, where it feels like a lot of multiplayer-oriented stuff. Where it's just like you get stuff like Grounded, Bleeding Edge. Pretty much most of their games have to be like just like multiplayer, like at least like they have to have like a decent focus on multiplayer, and it just kind of ends up making it feel like what you were saying with like 343 and Halo. I feel like it kind of goes with a lot of Microsoft's releases where it feels like 343 was kind of taking a bit of the Halo identity out of Halo and just kind of making it more of like, oh, well, this will make it a very popular first-person shooter, where you didn't really need that. It's just you want to kind of lean into what makes Halo Halo, which is more so what Halo Infinite kind of did. Where it just kind of feels like they kind of go after what may be more popular rather than what has a better identity to it, I guess. I don't know, like I'm just trying to analyze like what makes like Microsoft's exclusives feel more underwhelming, I guess, and just have a little less like oh man, like I'm so happy to be playing this kind of thing. I mean, I look back at like what they were releasing for the Xbox One, you know, instead of kind of like creating like a family-friendly platformer, they kind of just paid a studio to make one exclusive, which was like that Super Lucky's Tale game, which was like an Xbox One exclusive at the time, and it just lacked a lot of identity. It was a fine game at the end of the day, but it just wasn't really like, oh man, like you didn't really feel that passion behind it. What would you say was like Microsoft's best exclusive during the Xbox One generation?
Oh, during the Xbox One, the best exclusive?
Yeah. I mean, you can look back at their launch titles. I remember their launch titles. It was like Dead Rising 3, Rise, Forza 5.
Forza 5 was one, yeah. Rise, you know, people look back on Rise with some fond memories on that. I haven't played it in a while, but that's what I wouldn't mind going back and checking out again, just to see.
Dead Rising 3 was pretty okay at the time. It was like, yeah, I think that was like a pretty decent little console showcase because they had so many zombies on screen.
Yeah, Dead Rising was good. It might be something from years at this point. I mean, really, it might be. That's tough because Forza's Forza. It scores well every time, but people look at the racing games and they go, well, it's racing games. That's how it is.
It's something where the newest one pretty much always eclipses and replaces the last one.
It scores in the 90s consistently. It's a good game. It's a racing game, so people kind of tend to look past it. So I guess if I had to go by just quality, it's probably something from the Forza Horizon series. But for me, I guess I would look towards probably Gears.
What about Quantum Break? What's the deal with that game? I never played
seem to
Quantum
like
Break.
Quantum Break a lot. I didn't like it as much. I don't know. People really got into that. Yeah.
What was the
especially
TV
recently.
show angle with it? What was the
Oh.
TV show angle with it? I never played it, so
You know, you should play it, Scott. I'd be curious. Give it an hour. See what you
Alright.
think.
yeah, I'll give it
an
a
hour.
try. I haven't really delved into it, so I'm trying to remember a lot of their exclusives. I mean, technically, like games like I believe Inside was exclusive for a bit.
Oh yeah. That's
You also
right.
had like Rise of the Tomb Raider, which was exclusive for a year infamously, which was just kind of funny that year when I think that E3 Microsoft was trying to do like this big opening during E3, and they were trying to show like we have the greatest like characters, and they showed like Master Chief and Lara Croft and the Forza car and,
Yeah,
and
the
all
Forza
that.
car.
Yeah, so it's just like it's something where it's just like, all right, Master Chief, I'll give you that one. Lara Croft, like no, like that's your game that you paid for a year, and then the car. So it's just like I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time their exclusives just kind of lacked identity, and I feel like that is important. It's okay to get something that doesn't really have your identity. I mean, Nintendo and Sony do it all the time, where just like you just kind of help pay for a game. Bayonetta never really had that Nintendo, feel to it, but
You're talking about having like a mascot that is known for your brand, like having that.
maybe not necessarily like a mascot, because Master Chief is pretty much their mascot, but a little more like something that's just like, oh man, this feels like a Microsoft game. Where like with Sony on PlayStation, you do have kind of like that new style that they've kind of claimed as their own, which is the Last of Us, whatever, third person over shoulder kind of setup. But also, even back then and back in the day with Japan Studio and all of that, you could still kind of feel like that wacky PlayStation energy with stuff like the Hot Shots Golf series, Gravity Rush, Ape Escape, all of that kind of stuff.
You know what's interesting about you're saying that here with kind of the quirky nature to it? I sort of feel like Microsoft now more than ever has a chance to pursue that because of Game Pass, to where like Pentiment, I don't think Pentiment would have existed without Microsoft having already owned, like buying Obsidian and having Game Pass to drop it on. And that's something that was talked about by that studio, that it probably would not have existed and come to market because it is that weird of a game. But for Game Pass, it makes sense because they need a lot of variety there. It can't just necessarily be that third-person narrative-driven experience every single time. They have to throw some weird stuff in there occasionally. And if Microsoft continues on that path, that could actually take people back to that nostalgic feel of, you could say, PS2, Xbox, GameCube days when you had a game like Mr. Mosquito or something weird, right? And if you look at Double Fine, they did Psychonauts too. And that's a weird game. Right? That kind of has that quirky nature from back then. And they said specifically that they were allowed to delay the game, and Microsoft poured more money into it so they could polish it and develop it further. And it got it into the Game of the Year category as a nomination. So Game Pass, I think, can have that effect in the future.
I feel like there's a lot of potential for them to really like get back to where they want to be, especially with exclusive games, because I think they've done the work when it comes to hardware and consumer trust and all of that. It would be great if they can keep that up, because it feels like something like a Sony kind of got consumer trust with the PS4, and then just like as they were like, well, we're winning, they started being like, we're just gonna do whatever we want kind of thing, even if it's gonna like piss you off or whatever. So what would you say is like I mean, obviously we can kind of look at like a lot of their practices during the Xbox One to kind of like bring them back to a good place. What would you say would be like the main good things Microsoft has done? I would say obviously like getting rid of Kinect.
Yes.
Which I feel like Kinect always has like potential, but it was never really used. It's something where it's just like you can do a lot of cool stuff with that thing, but they never did it, and requiring it just made no sense. So getting rid of that, backwards compatibility, it's very strange. That was always more so just kind of like a good faith gesture. But then it became kind of like the main selling point of the Series X when they had like no Halo at launch.
Yeah.
So it's just like they were like, oh yeah, you can play everything on this system. Isn't that cool? And then of course the big one, Game Pass, which then became kind of like their now, like this is their major focus. Do you think it's ever going to get to a point where it's just like, it's almost too good to be true now, where it's just like pretty much every deal that's like this good eventually becomes kind of something, you know, it eventually kind of falls off?
With Game Pass, they'll probably just raise the price on it eventually. Eventually, they'll get to a position where there's so many games on there, and their first-party studios are just kicking out these $70 games left, right, and center, that they go, hey, now it's $3 more per month. And people will probably be like, okay. And then 5 years from then, oh, now it's $4 more per month. And eventually, yeah, we'll probably get to a position where it starts to even out a bit, to where it doesn't feel that way. But they are certainly in the customer acquisition phase right now, where they're just trying to get as many signups as possible. Partially because, from my understanding, the bonuses, even for the CEO at Microsoft, is tied to Game Pass numbers.
Yeah.
So they're just do whatever you can. Get them on board.
Well, I was kind of thinking in terms of like, do you remember like the subscription service like Movie Pass, I believe it was, where that was like, well, you pay like a monthly fee and you pretty much get to go see like unlimited movies that month. They're like 10, and like who sees 10 movies a month? So it pays for itself pretty much. So you can just see nonstop movies. And then that company eventually was just like, we can't do this anymore. I think is like the fear I have with that, where it's just like,
sure,
it becomes too much for them, and they're just like, okay, we have to downsize this, maybe.
Here's the interesting thing about that, though, is games have avenues of revenue that things like Netflix don't. And that's one of the reasons Netflix is trying to get into games currently.
Yeah.
So if you sign up for Game Pass and you download a game like a Sea of Thieves or something that's more a live service title, but you're getting the game up front, right? Like they still sell it at retail. And then you look in the game and there's microtransactions or other aspects to it that you may dump more money in further there. And then they may show you a game that's not on Game Pass. And you go, well, I now have Game Pass. Let me look at this game. And I'll buy that, and then you know spending more money on the store. So rather than I pay a subscription fee and then I don't buy anything ever again on here, I just pay that subscription fee. Games have this advantage over some of these other services, like a Movie Pass even. Although they probably push you towards, hey, buy this overpriced bucket of popcorn for the day.
Yeah.
But that's kind of where it'll stop. Like, you don't eat so much popcorn when you're there, you know? Whereas with games, you might just keep buying silver or currency or something in a game every day for the next week or two or something, you know, as you want to get more and more stuff. Or just spending time in the game. And Microsoft's trying to figure out ways to add advertising into these games that kind of blend in. And there's a lot of things they can do there to just pull in more and more money through this. But they want that engagement. That's their biggest thing. And so far, it seems to be working for them. But I think that Activision Blizzard deal is really big for them.
And while I was talking about how Microsoft games kind of lack a feeling of like identity of like, wow, this feels like a Microsoft game, I feel like they don't really care. They don't really want that, because when you look at when they talk about Bethesda games, they don't call them Xbox games. They call them Bethesda games.
I think with these games, though, we look at them and we go, okay, this is a PlayStation game, right? Like, because we think of the console inherently. We're like, oh, here's the new PlayStation title. Oh, I have a PS5. Okay, it's for that. Or even with Nintendo, you might say it's a Nintendo game. You also might in your mind think of the Switch currently, or when the GameCube or the Wii or whatever, you think of that inherently. And you're right, with Microsoft, you go, I guess that's a Microsoft game, but you might not necessarily think of the Xbox. You may think of Windows or something like that. And what Microsoft's kind of done now is they've pivoted away from the system being their sole focus or their main focus, and Game Pass is their main focus. Everything just leads to Game Pass, and that's their plan. So their console technically now is Game Pass. And the interesting thing about it is it transcends generations and it transcends hardware, because you can have it in your TV now, but it's going to go to all these different platforms outside of just the Xbox, and it'll become extremely easy to just access it. And you're right, it might not feel like a Microsoft game because you don't have that Xbox system to tie it to, but it'll still exist as a way to get to the game. However,
Nigel, why is there a throbbing brain growing in our front garden? Don't you be
be uttering the pirate word aloud, me boy. They have a tendency to appear, bollocks, hobbit pirates off the port bow.
I'm drunk, we've not fought, and I'm gonna pirate the shit out of you lot! Oh, a nice wooden banister. Shame if someone was to blink all over it.
Are you really a pirate?
What do you mean? I've got a parrot.
I'm a parrot.
See? Oh, you blew me hand off!
And if you don't want to lose the other, I suggest you kindly get off my bollocking boat, you bowl-cut bastard!
Hang on, mate, wait! I'm just a pirate in training! I'm not a real pirate yet! He's not even a real parrot!
Yeah, I'm a pigeon.
Oh, yes, please!
I guess he'll finish his pirate training in Davy Jones' locker. No, that means he's dead.
Carter, you are such an Apple glazer. You just love everything that Apple does. You're an Apple glazer too. You just don't realize it yet. When you think of your opinion of Apple, you think of the controversial products, the Vision Pro, the cheese grater Mac, the Apple Wheel. But for every stupid overpriced Apple product, there are two Apple products that are so good that you don't even think about them anymore. Apple CarPlay, AirPods, Apple Pay. FaceTime is so good that people just refer to every video call as FaceTime. Even stuff as simple as Face ID. Every time that you unlock your phone, you're using Apple facial recognition that is so good that you don't even have to wait for it. Like even stuff that you would never connect to Apple, like Severance. This is technically an Apple project.
My dad PayPals me 20 bucks every exam season for Red Bull and Snickers because he swears by a trick he used to do in college where he would chug a Red Bull and eat a Snickers in the exam hall before every single one of his exams, and he did well on all of them. Legitimately swears to this day that it works and makes me do it. The first time I tried it, I also knocked that exam out of the park. It would take 2 more years for either of us to figure out that we both had low blood pressure, and what all that caffeine and sugar was making us experience was known as normal blood pressure, allowing us to concentrate better. My dad still swears that it was the Red Bull and Snickers and not the medical equivalent of using the wrong equation and getting the right answer. My dad PayPals me
People.
Hello, did somebody call 911?
Oh, dude, please help me, man, but my freaking colon's exploding.
What's exploding?
My colon, man. I've been stuck in this toilet for the last 2 hours, trapping my freaking brains out, and I really need you to help me stop it.
Sir, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that I can do for that. I mean, do you know what you ate last?
I don't know, man. Maybe a couple bags of prunes?
I'm sorry, did you say a couple bags of prunes?
Yeah, I mean, maybe 4 bags.
Sir, do you know how much fiber is in 4 bags of prunes?
Enough to make my colon explode?
Enough to make your colon explode for a while longer.
Huh.
Hello, did somebody call 911?
Oh, dude, please help me.
Duolingo just fumbled the ball harder than I think anyone's done it before. So if you've been around the internet for any amount of time, you're well aware of the Duolingo owl. Memes spawned of the owl going to great lengths of kidnapping, torturing, or killing people, all because they didn't do their Spanish lesson that day. Now, the company saw these memes and leaned into them. They built a solid brand reputation off of Gen Z, which is extremely hard to do because we can smell brands a mile away. But we liked the owl. It was a funny little owl. They had all of this goodwill, and what did they do? They said we're replacing all of our workers with AI. That's right, the company decided to replace all the people that translate their courses for the language learning app with AI. Something that's proven to be wrong about 20% of the time, which isn't good when you're learning a language. Qualms with AI aside, they're firing the very people that make their app usable. Not a good look, not a cool move, and honestly pretty cringe. So all my homies hate Duolingo now. YouTube! Duolingo just...
Gosh, I feel bad for Xbox. It's bad being so bad. I kid, I love Xbox.
Centric, Anglo-Saxon domination is so fucking pervasive that we look at that and our immediate reaction isn't like, oh, he's a barbarian.
Yo, this guy's retarded. Someone calls him stupid, racist dog whistle.
Hassan didn't mean to insult me. He simply reached the narrow limits of his understanding of the world. Dude, dude.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I can't do this. The narrow limits. Yeah, dude. Just f***ing say I'm a Turk roach with a cockroach brain and move on, okay? Yeah, f*** it. I'm saying it, dude, okay? This not exactly out of the alt-right pipeline, okay? Straight up, dude.
But Ian having the choice between 10 different swords in Hassan's house and landing on the swastika one, not a dog whistle.
God forbid you pick up a sword in here, okay?
I was thinking about doing some sort of ritual in
no
here.
No more swords, okay?
I'm the one who thoughtlessly picked up the sword. We were grabbing a lot of props in Hassan's room, and there are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones.
There's only one prop in Hassan's house that has a swastika, and you just so happen to pick up that one. Now, I know this sword was from an anime, and people, including Ethan, were willing to give everybody the benefit of the doubt on this.
I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword hilt, because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally. And he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No, no. I don't actually think that.
But what Ian purposely omits is later in that same podcast, Ethan discovers that Hassan knew nothing about the anime and refers to that sword as the swastika sword.
This one's sicker. Wait, that's a little sus. That's questionable.
Yeah. Immediately goes for the swastika one. Got it.
It doesn't seem like a coincidence, but it gets better. A point of contention between Ethan and Hassan is that Hassan calls Jewish people inbred. Sometimes he specifies he only means settlers. Other times it seems like he's just throwing it out there.
I should go to the old city so I can get my fucking shit pushed in by some of the most inbred fundamentalist hicks.
When Hassan is debating Ethan and they're talking about this, what does Anissa tweet out? Inbred. It's very intentional. It's meant to make Ethan feel paranoid about anti-Semitism being normalized online. It clearly is among all of these people.
This looks like a swastika.
Yeah, totally. Or do you think that now that it's been pointed out that he should remove the photo at least? Take it down?
No. Why would he take it down? That'd be crazy.
It's always policing content. Okay.
Yeah. Policing content.
Where else have I heard that from?
Didn't you participate in a series called Content Pop?
I was just thinking
You want to
the same
talk to me
thing.
about policing content? You f***ing dipshit, dude.
So what do we learn about empathy? Empathy is when you sympathize with people who falsely try to break up families because they hear someone got sick, siding with people making death threats and preying on people's seemingly real fears of anti-Semitism being normalized. Empathy is when you don't honestly represent the other person's arguments and you just lie by omission to all of your viewers. For as much as Ian claims to have grown as a person, he has never lied like this before. The content cop Ian regrets most is on Tana Mojo, and after Ian apologized to her, she says she didn't deserve it.
But I'm more so just talking about like his actions to me, like, you know, him showing up to my show, him kind of putting me on blast, him inevitably making me kind of canceled and lose subscribers and have to apologize and all that type of stuff. I kind of think I like deserved that. And maybe that's like dark, like to say, but like I don't feel like I'm owed an apology. I think I would be a completely different person if I didn't have that. I think it like I was on track to just be so on my high horse and like egotistical and like nothing could go wrong, that something going wrong gave me such a dose of reality that like this might not last forever. Like, yeah, you need to be held accountable for actions.
This is real growth. This is maturity. What you are is a small person who doesn't have confidence in making their content anymore, so you cling on to these vampires while projecting your own insecurities onto Ethan.
It's so hard for me on my podcast to like loosen up. It's incredibly hard. I talked about it in my apology, like I am so insecure about my ability to entertain. I think he feels the same, to be honest. I don't think he said as much.
Dude, this is classic projection. Ian cannot fucking manage to come up with a joke now, so he thinks that Ethan is too insecure to make jokes anymore. This is projection, like 101 over here. What are you talking about?
Come on, dude. You're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge.
You're a cuck. But even worse, you're mentally cucked. You're sitting on a Sanj stream in the cuck chair as he shits all over drama streamers, slowly realizing that you fit the description.
That's part of the reason why I often don't fight back against a lot of these people that are fueling these hate raids and brigades is because I know I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing.
That's misreporting the news and lying.
And eventually all of that is going to be background noise. And those people, they have a shelf life. They have a shelf life because they don't have the same fucking stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves. You might think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting showered with praise. An army of anonymous Redditors telling you you're brilliant. But at the end of the night, when you go home and you sit down and you look yourself in the mirror, you're not going to recognize who you've become. That's it. It's turning into a lolcow of a different variety. That's what I think.
That's so mean.
It's mean because it's you. Ian's empathy tour ends with him blindsiding all of his fighters after tainting it with this drama. According to Harley, the main event fighter for Creator Clash 1, 2, and 3, H3's audience was a big percentage of the ticket sales and promotion for the event.
H3 sold the most tickets to Creator Clash 1 and 2, I believe. I think they did a lot of tickets.
Wait. Is that true?
I would think that, wouldn't you? Like, what else? What other entity promoted Creator
Well, I
Clash?
think that personally, but I'm not the current headliner for the third card, so they want to hear it from you, not me.
The H3 podcast promoted Creator Clash 1 and 2 more than anyone. So of course Ian makes a video on Ethan alienating that whole audience, but also making the war in the Middle East a fundamental talking point of the event.
I don't know about the other fighters, but just for me, like, I'm just kind of like, oh, cool, the fun little charity fundraiser has now been attached to a decades-long bloody holy war in the Middle East. It's whatever. Cool. You know, it's not really like the fun sentiment I had. They did a temperature check on my team. They called my team and they were like, how do you guys doing? How do you feel about everything? And, you know, they spoke to my guy and he was like, not that good. Not that cool of a thing. And then they hit me up and I was like, well, how does everyone else feel about it? And they were like, everyone loves it. Everyone's fine. Everyone's great. Your team's a little wonky about it, but everyone's good.
Oh, God.
And I was like, well, I guess, yeah. I mean, I think I'm the only Jewish person on the card. And I know it's not, like, the content cop, I know was supposed to be about, like, Ethan's behavior.
Yeah, then it turned into content cop Israel.
Yeah.
And the content deputy, iDubbbz and Anissa would claim that they are no longer affiliated with Creator Clash and that they inform the fighters.
Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous two events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that this is the best move.
From everything I've seen, it seems like the fighters don't really know what's going on. But don't worry, Hassan is going to give the reason for why the headliner of the event dropped out. And by that I mean make it up on the spot.
Him and Anissa basically relinquished control over Creator Clash 3, a boxing charity match that they had put together a third year in a row after Ethan got Lena to drop out, and also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz had dared to criticize Ethan.
Harley writes he's lying or someone lied to him. That's not why I backed out of the event. We just saw Harley tell Nick that he was all for the content cop being made on Ethan as long as it was about his content. You know what Harley didn't seem to like though? The dog whistle that was the swastika sword.
They're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
Guys, the other swords were too heavy, as if a sword isn't meant to be held. What's very odd to me is how proud Ian and Anissa were for taking their own event and making fighters drop out, and then dropping out themselves when things got hard, screwing everybody who's still involved. They're seemingly very proud of it. Anissa tweeted, "Hey BB girl, I know you're so desperate for any crumbs from me, so here's a big piece of you. We are not financially tied to this event, and even if we were, we had it situated to protect us and the charity. You have no power over us. You're just an asshole." The remaining business partners have seemingly tried to get Harley back on the card.
Kind of was very easy for me to separate. And then when, it was like Ian and Anissa are stepping down, you want to come back? I was like, that was never a problem for me.
Wow, wait a minute. So wait, they dropped down and then they tried to bring you back to the table?
What do you know? You didn't know that?
When the event fails, and it seems like it's going to, Ian has already planted the seeds to blame Ethan.
Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Hila. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders.
It actually does, though. Why is he being sarcastic?
But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it.
How stupid does he think we are? His own fighters aren't fooled by this.
Ian and Ethan are now doing this YouTube battle against each other, going through this drama war. Creator Clash is receiving a lot of collateral damage.
See, it's so funny. Everyone was saying like, "Oh, I hate H3." How H3 actually got Creator Clash to get some negative air. They see this is like iDubbbz made a video about them.
Yeah.
He, the founder of Creator Clash, made a video about these other people who were creating drama. They, so I'm saying like this is like this thing
and
where
it's like I'm not gonna tell Ian what to do. It's not my place to be like, Ian, maybe you shouldn't like do that because the rest of us might kind of catch some strays from it.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, it's like it feels like Ian and I were friends walking down a sidewalk, and he gets stung by a wasp, and he's like, oh, and he looks up and there's a wasp nest there. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a wasp nest. And he pulls out a bat, and he runs up and hits that wasp nest and comes back. He's like, ha, I showed that wasp nest. And I'm like, uh-oh. And all the wasps come flying out, and they start stinging us, both of us. Mostly him, because he was but I'm like I'm getting stung. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't come on this walk to get stung by wasps. Why'd you go hit the wasp nest? Yeah. And he's like, all right, the only thing to do here to protect you is to run away. And so he runs away, and now I'm like, okay, I guess they're following him, but I'm still kind of getting stung here. Not really what I signed up for.
The content cops have this patronizing language of take accountability and be an adult, yet Ian's the one who needs to grow up. You're dressed like a skinhead, missing a tooth, and hanging out with the most deplorable and dishonest people online. Just in my last video, Denims was lying about being a victim of Destiny to try and get some free clout. When all the recording showed was her admitting to staying in Destiny's apartment and having sex with a dude for 2 days without Destiny's permission or knowledge.
I don't know how you feel 100% because you don't talk about any of this stuff, which is fine. So like if you're like in an awkward situation, right? I'm trying to be a good guy and give you a way out like, hey, well, my apartment is open if you want to go in. So that gives you the ability to either say like, oh no, it's okay, I'll go with, or okay, thanks for offering, I'll go to your apartment. That wasn't like bring into my apartment for him to have free reign in here for a day. Holy shit. That is so weird. Why? Why would you put me in this weird spot where I have to come home and see an incredibly creepy f***ing guy that is such a weird position in my community that's been trying to get me to stop talking to my ex-girlfriend because he's trying so hard to f*** her, is now f***ing somebody else in my bed, dragging his f***ing hairy balls across my f***ing blankets, okay? Oh my god. And so we leave for an hour. He's like, holy shit. We leave for an hour and come back, and your phone's still there. Oh god!
Now I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We are friends with Denim.
You're friends with someone who's trying to throw themselves in as a revenge porn victim for clout, and I don't even want to get into Frogan.
The best thing that you can do for me is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser. I just want to see this event do well.
The arena is still completely empty. There's entire sections of the floor seats that haven't sold anything. He had 9 million views in promotion for this event and it's failed horribly. None of these comments are actually talking about it. They aren't even talking about the content of the video. Everyone's just memeing. iDubbbz leaves out so much context, the complaints he has about Ethan aren't even significant to the audience. It's amazing. iDubbbz is so selfish he couldn't even remain the sole cuck. He decided to cuck his whole charity event. He's like, nah, I'm not participating. I prefer to just watch the whole fest burn down.
And in closing, I will reiterate so that, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all of the fighters get what they wanted out of it.
They won't now. Moral of the story, you can cuck yourself. You might even be able to cuck your wife. But if you cuck a charity event full of people who've been preparing for it over the last year, just a couple of months before it goes live, you can call that empathy. But I might call you an asshole. I have a lot more to say about Hassan, Frogan, and Nisa, and the serial docs are known as Bad Empanada. Hassan's lying, acting like he's on the verge of being deported because he's a liberal, when in reality it was a standard randomized check that lasted like 50 minutes. We can't let him get away with that. So subscribe to the channel, and thank you Aura for sponsoring this video. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Crimson Glass River, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drink Kovacs, Necro Valley, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tismic Fitz, Christopher H, Sentinel Music, Lucas If, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Amir MLB, Rudy Boo, Drew is Sharing, Clown Factory, Monkey D. Luffy, Shura, Mustard Shirt Guy, and the mega homies IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Kaden Lulin, BA Subway, Hawk and Load, Kitty Cat, Terox, Bayunder, John Manfreda, Trick, Lucas, and Katie Hawk.
AMD, I need you to try harder. I mean, it's not like you're actively antagonizing your partners, customers, and the media. That's more NVIDIA's jam. It's just that if you want to have your Ryzen moment in GPUs, now is the time to find the hunger that turned you from A player in the CPU space to the A player that you've become. I mean, don't get me wrong. The new Radeon 9060 XT looks pretty good compared to NVIDIA's lukewarm 5060 series, and that might win you some sales. But I want you to look at the big picture. This is an opportunity while your main competitor is distracted by their rapidly growing AI business to change the perception of Radeon from that brand for scrub gamers to that brand that I never knew how much I liked until I tried it. It's an opportunity to build an army of loyal Radeon customers who, through their sheer numbers, will incentivize your board partners to build exciting solutions and incentivize developers to focus on Radeon when they're optimizing their games and software. But I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. Adam just walked out of the keynote, and he's got the details on everything from the new Radeon cards to AMD's fastest Threadrippers ever.
The RX 9060 XT is AMD's attempt to appeal to gamers who reject NVIDIA's lackluster 8GB cards, while also offering a profit margin-friendly 8GB option for shareholders. To their credit, unlike Team Green, who has a history of quietly downgrading their lower VRAM variants in other ways, AMD has built both of these new cards using the same Navi 44 GPU with 32 compute units, up to 3.1 GHz boost clocks, and up to 821 AI tops running through a 16-lane PCIe Gen 5 interface. Thank you, AMD, for understanding that budget cards often end up in budget systems with older gen PCIe slots, and having those extra lanes makes a big difference in compensating for those lower speeds. Power targets are 150 and 180 watts for the 8GB and 16GB cards, respectively, and according to AMD, the 9060 XT 16GB will be the world's best GPU under $350. And I'd like to believe them because it's pretty dire for budget gamers right now, but there's a couple of red flags that I want to point out. AMD hasn't presented a clear path to ensure that the 9060 XTs will be actually available at their MSRPs. And for another, I couldn't help but noting the way that AMD focused on comparisons between their 16GB card and NVIDIA's 5060 Ti 8GB. It's a valid comparison, and the numbers do look impressive, with AMD claiming a roughly 15% better performance per dollar in raster and in ray tracing at 1440p, but how much of that margin comes from VRAM issues that will pop up on the 9060 XT 8GB as well?
Also, what is that? Enhance. Is that just 3 display outputs? AMD at least did confirm during the press briefing that these are DisplayPort 2.1a UHBR 13.5 and HDMI 2.1b. So at least you'll be able to natively drive all but the highest bandwidth displays. And I guess if you really need more monitors, there's always DisplayPort multi-stream transport, but it just feels like a bit of a weird spot for them to cut costs. Although, if it helped contribute to their competitive pricing, then maybe that's a good thing? Well, sort of. See, the 9060 XT 16 gig is looking pretty good, undercutting the MSRP of the 5060 Ti 16 gig and even the 8 gig by $80 and $30 respectively. But the 8 gig version of the 9060 XT is stunningly non-competitive, something that AMD tacitly acknowledges when they gave it approximately 2 seconds of screen time during their announcement. Yikes. I mean, sure, they price match NVIDIA's 5060, but this is exactly what I was getting at during the intro. Price matching the guy that everyone hates for overcharging is not enough. And it doesn't seem like they're even trying to compete with Intel's B-series GPUs. The whole thing even just feels like backwards progress compared to AMD's own lineup, with gamers expected to pay $30 more than last gen's disappointing 8 gig card, the RX 7600. Anyway, these cards will be launching on June 5th, so keep your eyes peeled for our upcoming coverage. While we don't know for sure if their prices will be fake, what we do know for sure is there will be fake frames.
The latest version of FSR, AMD's AI upscaling tech, brought massive improvements earlier this year, and AMD plans to keep mining for extra performance with FSR Redstone, which focuses on improving path tracing workloads specifically. To demonstrate this, they showed off this unflattering demo that looks like it was ripped out of a Project Gotham Racing from Xbox 360 era. Like what is this? Why does it look like this? I thought it was a tech demo. Anyways, the updates are: 1. Neural radiance caching, which learns how light bounces within a scene to try and predict ray intersections before they happen. 2. Ray regeneration, which is NVIDIA's ray reconstruction, but more AMD-ier. 3. Super resolution, which is super resolution. And 4. Frame gen, which is frame gen. Sounds cool. What would be cooler is having more games supporting the tech. Okay, what next? We got AI. Oh, right, new Threadripper.
The king is back, baby, and the new Threadripper 9000 lineup looks wild. While AMD isn't packing any more cores than last year, Shimada Peak seems to squeeze a lot of juice out of the move to AMD's more efficient Zen 5 architecture, starting with a 300 megahertz higher boost clock, which doesn't sound like much, but when it's across this many cores, it adds up to a lot. Now, if you were hoping for 3D V-cache on these models though, let's be real, we were all hoping for 3D V-cache, you're gonna have to keep waiting. But despite the minor changes to the on-paper specs, AMD showed off a pretty decent performance uplift over their last gen Cinebench, before they pivoted to shaming Intel for a while. You know what? Fair enough, AMD. Enjoy your victory lap. Now naturally, given that these are workstation chips, AMD is also emphasizing how improved CPU performance will allow for improved AI performance when you're working with large models that require multiple GPUs, which is becoming more and more relevant as larger local models are gaining popularity. The best part though is these new chips are drop-in compatible with existing 7000 series motherboards with just a BIOS update. Good guy AMD, finally delivering on a Threadripper upgrade path. Just like we delivered these great cargo pants, available in 2 inseam lengths for shorter and for taller kings. LTTstore.com. There is bad news though. If you want to get your fingers on a 96-core Threadripper Pro when they arrive in July, they will only be available through partners like Lenovo, meaning that enthusiasts are going to be stuck with the non-Pro lineup that caps out at just 64 cores with fewer PCIe lanes, half the number of memory channels, and far less supported memory capacity. AMD has well and truly forgotten the Threadripper enthusiasts who supported them in the early days of Ryzen. Cool. Also, there's no pricing information today. It really is amazing how much AMD acts like Intel and NVIDIA when they are the top dog. Also coming to the workstation is some new AMD GPU tech.
Earlier this week, we did a video on Intel's B60 GPU, and we talked about why it was their most important GPU yet. offering an affordable option for entry-level workstations that required certified drivers, and creating a low-cost platform for running pretty large AI models locally. Meanwhile, AMD is hoping to wriggle their way into the Pro GPU market by throwing a whopping 32 gigabytes of VRAM on their new Radeon AI Pro R9700, a GPU name optimized for shareholder value. AMD is also making big strides to improve their software, bringing improved ROCm support to Windows and Linux alike, which enables developers to bring their AI and HPC applications to Radeon. Get it away from CUDA is what they say. They say, please no CUDA, sir. They didn't say how much this GPU would cost, but they did spend a fair amount of time comparing it to the 5080. So, 1,000? Probably not. It's probably not gonna be 1,000.
AMD's announcements this year then were a mixed bag of exciting and also underwhelming. I mean, compared to the NVIDIA keynote, at least there was something worth talking about.
And we took this incredible GPU and we shrunk it in here. Does that make any sense?
And AMD is clearly busting their buns to catch up to NVIDIA in the workstation and data center spheres, but like the rest of the industry, they seem to have forgotten about their customers who don't have 6, 7, or 8-figure annual budgets. I guess we're all just chopped liver. If you guys enjoyed this video, maybe check out the one we did on Intel's most disruptive GPU yet, the Arc Pro B60.
Hi, I'm Tyler Folse. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry, from engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Today we're going to be looking at a very heavily requested Metal Red video on turning plastic gloves into grape soda. Just sounds like alchemy, but I'm sure he'll walk us through every step of the process. Let's check it out.
After all, I've always liked weird chemical transformations, and over the years, I think I've done a few good ones. Like turning my pee into an artificial sweetener and tasting it, and turning toilet paper into drinkable alcohol.
You know, if you want me to check those out too, those both sound pretty crazy. Pee into a sweetener, that brings new meaning to the term sweet pea mixture.
Something that I've always wanted to do, though, was turn plastic gloves into grape soda. At first, this might seem a bit ridiculous, but like all of my other transformations, it's possible because the chemical world is often weirdly connected. In this case, there happens to be a chemical in plastic gloves, specifically vinyl ones, that's distantly related to fake grape flavor. It's not found in
I had no idea.
But a lot of them contain something called the phthalate ester. It's included to make the vinyl more durable, soft, and malleable, and this is chemically what it looks like. This, on the other hand, is one of the most commonly used fake grape flavors called methylantranilate. Considering that one just smells like plastic and the other is supposed to smell and taste like fruit, they're shockingly similar. There are at least a few main differences, but the core of them is almost the same. They share this ring and this small portion here, and in theory, it should be possible to convert one into the other.
It's interesting how that sort of stuff works. Like, the difference between water and fusion fuel in a nuclear fusion reactor is, for the hydrogen, just a couple of neutrons in that nucleus, which doesn't sound like much. Now granted, that particular isotope of hydrogen, hydrogen-3, or tritium is extremely rare compared to hydrogen-1, but that material can be used in fusion, whereas you don't want straight up water in a nuclear fusion plant. It's a cool enough in a fission plant, but it's just so fascinating how things like that are so closely related. When you're dealing with building blocks, or granted, that's chemical. He's talking about chemicals and even the difference between hydrogen-1 and hydrogen-3. We're not even talking about elementary particles, but how you can just change something and you can get completely different properties that do very different things. It almost seems like alchemy.
So basically, my goal was to pull the phthalate ester out of some vinyl gloves, turn it into grape flavor using some chemistry magic, make some grape soda.
I always remember that. I remember this really in a lot of difficult math classes. Sometimes you start at the beginning of a problem and then at the end of the problem, and then you write an arrow and just write magic on there, because that's the part you figure out. You start from both ends, work your way to the middle, and that's how you solve the problem. That's how I did it. I mean, I know there's a bunch of other ways, right? People that are probably a lot smarter than me that can work it in order, but I've always been one of those begin with the end in mind sort of people, so there you go.
It unfortunately wouldn't be super easy though, and it would take at least 5 major steps. Also, just like all my other transformations, I had no idea if it would actually work. But anyway, to get things started, I first had to find some vinyl gloves that had the phthalate ester in them. Over the years though, they've become a lot rarer because phthalates have been associated with some negative health effects.
So he's using something that's toxic and converting that into a flavoring for something that you can drink. So just goes to show you the level of chemistry magic he's doing, turning toxic into food. Of course, I'm not sure how healthy those grape flavoring and grape soda is anyway.
A lot of companies have replaced them with safer or greener alternatives, and these wouldn't work at all.
Yeah, those particular gloves. So you use a lot of gloves at a nuclear power plant, mainly, especially in radiological controlled areas and contaminated areas. So just to avoid the spread of contamination, there's very strict procedures for even how you put the gloves on, the order, and how many types of gloves. So you use the plastic gloves. A lot of radiation protection workers call them skins, and then you put the larger rubber gloves on top of it. Some of this depends how contaminated the area actually is.
Duolingo just fumbled the ball harder than I think anyone's done it before.
Elias, socks don't go in the dishwasher. What are you doing?
I have milked the evil out of my body. It's popped out of me like a champagne cork. I now see the world for what it truly is.
You nutted again, didn't you?
Yes. Come, brother. Sit beside me and let me enlighten you.
That's gross.
Gross is a construct. The key to enlightenment is knowing that we are all one, brother.
Stop calling me brother, I'm your wife.
Marriage is a construct, brother.
So do you want to get a divorce or something?
Divorce is a construct, brother.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so I'm taking all the shit because you know it's mine.
I have forgone all of my possessions. Take what you want. If only the female orgasm wasn't a myth, you would understand as I have that we are all one.
Yeah.
Perhaps one day you will understand as I can and see that, oh my god, I'm horny. I'm horny again. What have I done? Babe? Babe, what have I said? Babe, I'm so sorry. Can we have sex?
Elias, socks don't go in the...
If you're not ready, that's okay. I'm here for you, not your body.
This is how men act before you start dating them.
Please let me hit, please! What's the point of dating if you're not gonna let me crack?
And this is how men act after you start dating them.
I'm so sorry about your period cramps. Tommy, leave my girlfriend alone. Oh, your tummy hurts? Well, so does mine, because you won't make me a fucking sandwich.
Would you rather kiss your girlfriend for free or the prettiest girl in the world for $1,000?
My girlfriend is the prettiest girl in the world. Fuck Sydney Sweeney, marry Tate McRae, and kill this bitch.
Would you still love me if I was a worm?
I love when you ask questions like this.
Do you think aliens are real?
Stop asking me stupid fucking questions we all already know the answer to. You look beautiful in that dress. You look like a hua in that dress. What should we name our first child? I say Amelia. If you don't take this plan B, you better plan to be a single mom. I'm not ready. I will leave. No, don't be scared, honey. Aliens aren't real. You know, it's pretty crazy that in the last 11 months, aliens have completely taken over the Earth. But hey, all hail Supreme Chancellor Gorbulon! If you're not ready,
I recently showed you guys how to make Lego pumpkin pie, and a lot of you were very interested in the Lego egg beater that I made, so here's a closer look. The whole thing is pretty much just 3 gears and 3 Technic beams. We can take all this off and see that when we turn the center gear, it turns these ones. These gears are attached to a tiny Technic rod that fits into the bottom of this little cone piece. And the beaters are made of 2 studs on all side brick attached with some curves. Did I design this for a less than 2-second joke in that video? Absolutely, but it's because I care. I recently showed you guys how to make Lego pumpkin pie, and a lot of you were very interested in the Lego...
Fire rescue, what's going on? Hey, could you help me get my friend out of the trunk, please? Sure, but how did he get in there? I thought it'd be funny to shove him in.
Every tiny cheese man is infused with blood from the real cheese man, allowing him to psychically connect with your subconscious. This connection is most clearly felt in the realm of dreams, where a metaphysical manifestation of Cheese Man will show up to defend you from nightmare creatures, ensuring you get a good night's sleep. Keeping Tiny Cheese Man in your car eliminates the need for a GPS. Simply listen to the voice in your head telling you where to go. Be sure to notify your car insurance company to receive your Tiny Cheese Man discount. Keep Tiny Cheese Man on your desk while trading stocks, and you'll telepathically receive financial advice, allowing you to easily outperform the S&P 500. Tiny Cheese Man is squeezable. He has wacky floppy arms. And now, we're proud to announce that every Tiny Cheese Man is being produced exclusively through the use of child labor. These young entrepreneurs could not be more excited to deliver a quality product at the lowest possible cost.
Order your limited edition Tiny Cheese Man through the link in our profile today.
Every Tiny Cheese Man is infused.
A game dev secret about jumping. Now, the most important part of any game is making the main character feel good to control. So let's talk about jumping. When the player presses the jump button, you just give the player a sudden burst of upward speed, and then let gravity handle slowing them down and making them fall. But you might notice that this jump in particular doesn't look that great to control. The jump feels kind of floaty and slow, it's really not very good. And the secret to fixing this, it's called fast falling. It's where you increase gravity only while the player is falling. So here during the jump, gravity is slowing the player down at a rate of 750 units per second. But once they start falling and transition, gravity increases by 50%, pulling the player to the ground faster than the jump slowed them down in the first place. This makes the jump feel more controllable, it's less floaty, it just feels better all around. If you're making an indie game, give it a try.
To the 12 people always liking my post, y'all want anything from the gas station? To the 12 people always liking my post, y'all want anything from the gas station?
Oh, hey, honey, the shower's ready for you, but the taps are a bit touchy, so just like, be careful, it gets a bit hot.
That's okay, I can handle it.
Good. My hair, so I might pop back in if that's okay. I hope you like it hot. Oh, hey, honey, the shower's ready for you, but the taps.
Look at this guy. Here.
You got funny?
Can I pet your dog? Yes, of course. Daisy.
Wesh, l'euro, pendejo.
Look at this guy. Here. You got.
The ocean's greatest threat isn't sharks, it's dolphins, grinning sea lawyers with psychic grudges and a Google Doc of offenses. Sharks? Honest, wet knives, swim, chomp, move on. No plan, just vibes and teeth. Dolphins look at you like you already owe them money and have emotionally disappointed their entire lineage. They remember things you didn't even do yet. They blink like they filed charges in a parallel timeline. A shark bites you because you look like a seal. A dolphin slaps you because you side-eyed their cousin in 2013 and they felt it in the water. Sharks run on instinct. Dolphins run on strategy. If even 2% of dolphins are evil, that's more organized chaos than the entire shark kingdom. They form alliances. They gaslight divers. They run ops. You think you're scuba diving? They think you're a witness box. They're not misunderstood. They're torpedoes.
Managed to track down Pons and Fleischmann's supplier, Johnson Matthey.
It's crazy how something which is effectively a groundless claim at this point can have so many ripple effects. I mean, yeah, I know that's economics in a nutshell, but still.
Although their palladium was standard stuff they sold off the shelf, they did start marketing it as, quote, fusion grade. And so began the cold fusion mania that swept the United States. But this was not just an American phenomenon. Cold fusion had captured the attention of the entire planet.
But as scientists around the world attempt to recreate the experiment in their own labs, fusion has turned to confusion.
I've logged 63 or 64 laboratories trying to do the thermal experiment, and I can say honestly that not one of those laboratories is doing it the same way that we did it.
It didn't take long for them to realize that the announcement lacked a bunch of critical details. Here's just a short list. What size were the palladium rods? How are the rods made? Are they machined
they want to keep it a
or
secret.
cast? Is the surface of the rod baked, etched, or left alone? How much deuterium needs to be loaded into the rods? How long did it take to load the deuterium? Hours? Days? Weeks? What current should you supply? Should the current change over time? Which electrolyte do you add to the water? Was there any stirring done to the liquid? All legitimate questions that could have a major impact on the results. Everyone knew that a paper was in the works, but only a select few had managed to see a copy. Most of what people had to go on was a story that evolved into a key part of cold fusion's mythology. The meltdown. The meltdown is supposedly the first time Pons and Fleischmann saw something that might suggest fusion. Exact dates for this meltdown are inconsistent and hazy. They stretch back as early as late 1984 or early 1985. Why then specifically? Well, notably, it would be the earliest possible time where they could have come up with their experiment, but also late enough that both Pons and Fleischmann had fully left their prior jobs at Southampton and the University of Alberta. Any potential patent rights would fall only to them and the University of Utah.
There we go.
According to the mythology, they had been loading a palladium electrode for 7 entire months. And then one night, Pons had instructed his son Joey, who was working in the lab, to adjust the current running through the cell. His son did as he was asked, left, and then returned hours later to check on the experiment. What he saw was astounding. A 1 centimeter cube of palladium, which is a melting point of 1500 degrees, had fully melted. Exact details are, again, inconsistent. In some versions of the story, the rest of the setup melted too. In others, it was a mini explosion.
Okay.
In some versions, Joey had lowered the current. In others, he had raised it. There is one detail that remains consistent, though. There was a hole in the concrete floor 4 inches big. At least one independent source.
I mean, excess heat generation from fusion could cause that without enough cooling, but I'm gonna say I'm skeptical because I don't think that's what it was. Could potentially have excessive hydrogen gas, and by hydrogen I still mean deuterium in this context. I mean, it still has properties of hydrogen gas. Could cause mechanical stresses or something. Could be a chemical reaction with the electrolyte, along with contaminants from the lab. I'd believe any of those other things over fusion.
Pons' grad student, Kevin Ashley, confirmed that he saw the hole the next day. Something had generated a shocking amount of heat. So much heat that it could not have been explained by any chemical reaction.
Really?
The only logical conclusion, according to Pons and Fleischmann, was that something nuclear had just occurred. And it was...
I mean, you could have had a thermal runaway condition that exists in any battery operations, including lithium-ion batteries that you see today, albeit a heavily localized one, but who knows.
Stories of this meltdown that supposedly convinced the university that this discovery was genuine, leading to the eventual press conference.
I don't know. I mean, even if that's what caused it, proving it just because your equipment broke, to me, is questionable. I would at least try it again to see if you can get these results to repeat or figure out what broke, that sort of thing.
And yet, there exists no official university records of this meltdown from the time it supposedly occurred. Fleischmann, years later, claimed that they had covered it up out of fear of having their experiment shut down as a clear fire hazard. But regardless, the meltdown story would be a particular point of fixation among scientists. Because even though the story lacked hard numbers, it still implied them. A 1 centimeter palladium cube has a melting point you can estimate, and you can calculate how much energy would be necessary. So does a 4-inch hole in concrete. Researchers would soon be working backwards from what little info they had. The first week was a mad dash to uncover as much information as possible. Researchers phoned their friends to brainstorm, faxes of rough drawings and calculations sent out across the country. People even analyzed footage of Pons holding one of his cells and used the size of his wrist to try and guess at the dimensions of the cell. There are even alleged reports that some people managed to crack their way into Pons' personal email hoping to snoop for answers, but found nothing of interest. Back then, the internet was still in its infancy, and barely anyone called it that yet. But universities and research labs were some of the first in the world with access to it, making cold fusion one of the first ever viral news stories. Early bulletin boards hosted daily news updates, and information was spreading faster than ever could before. Very few people were able to speak with Fleischmann and Pons directly, save for a few of their close friends. Chuck Martin at Texas A&M had known Pons for years, and had heard a few days beforehand that he'd want to keep an eye on the news. Chuck Martin,
the Texas A&M logo will always read ATM to me,
was extremely eager to get his own cold fusion experiment running, and he phoned Pons asking for any tips. But Pons only gave him cryptic warnings about the potential danger. It seems this was sage advice, as some labs were about to prove.
The Lawrence Livermore labs got a reaction they did not expect. Their experiment blew up.
But the hydrogen gas apparently caused a small explosion, which sent shards of glass all over the lab.
So deuterium is still hydrogen. It still has similar properties to hydrogen gas. The difference is it's heavier, like it'll blow up.
North Carolina State University scientists earlier suspended their fusion experiment following a small explosion.
And Fleischmann had given some friends at Harwell Labs an early head start. He'd been shipping them some of their cold fusion cells throughout March for them to measure. He wanted at least one UK lab to get a head start, so the US didn't get all the glory. It's around this time criticism starts to pour in. So far, the best sources for hard numbers were newspapers like the Wall Street Journal and the Financial Times.
In all of this, what has been the most frustrating thing for you?
The most frustrating part is not having enough details to replicate the experiment, or trying to get the details out of newspapers. This is not usually the way we do science.
Why had the press conference come before a peer-reviewed paper? For many people, that was a major faux pas.
Not aware that we did anything at all wrong. We were very cautious not to say that papers had been accepted anywhere.
Pons and Fleischmann had, in fact...
It just seems like you're doing scientific method steps out of order to me.
...submitted their paper a couple weeks earlier to the Journal of Electroanalytical Chemistry. And although it hadn't been published yet, it had been accepted. Where this gets iffy is why it was accepted. You see, a couple weeks before the announcement, Pons had received an unrelated call from a friend who was an editor at the journal. Pons and Fleischmann had published often with them before, and Fleischmann was a longtime friend of the managing editor, Roger Parsons. Parsons, upon hearing that his friends may have the discovery of the century, and that they had a tight deadline, tells Pons that he'll push it to be published as soon as possible. Parsons was the only person to review the paper. Pons and Fleischmann had also sent a paper to the...
That's a red flag, lack of number of reviewers, too.
...much more prestigious Nature, but they had refused to publish it without a much more careful review. There's more to that side of the story later. The paper was eventually published on April 8th, but the preprint leaked a little earlier. Pons had given 5 copies to friends in Utah. These were quickly faxed and copied across the entire world so many times that most of the text quickly became unreadable, except of course for the massive stamp that read "Confidential." But even this paper was only 8 pages and had little new that people didn't already know.
Okay.
The assumption many were working on was that Pons and Fleischmann were intentionally withholding details because of concerns. Some people even were intentionally withholding details because of patent concerns. Because of patent concerns. Some people even speculated that the cells they showed off on TV were dummies, and that deep in their basement lab, they had the real heavy-duty cells hidden. The press release given to the media by U of U's comms department was also devoid of many details. Pam Brogel, the school's comms director, later said that she was actually forced to remove sentences at the request from the university's legal teams, which she fiercely disagreed with. And yes, that was teams, plural. She noted that there were 3 separate groups of high-powered lawyers, ones from the East Coast, West Coast, and Texas. She had wanted to speak to Pons and Fleischmann well in advance, but had only been allowed to just days before the announcement, leaving her no time to research. Although the press conference was heavily promoted by the school, the exact topic was not fully revealed beforehand. Despite this, at least 3 reporters had managed to get an inside scoop. One of them was Jerry Bishop at the Wall Street Journal. Brogel, who wanted to guarantee coverage from the journal, tells him it's room temperature fusion. Despite his initial skepticism, he too ends up making some calls to physicists and pieces together that this story is a major deal. And his headline, Taming H-Bombs, was certainly not the kind of thing you expect to see in a financial paper. Jerry Bishop's coverage of cold fusion is some of the most in-depth in the traditional media sphere. He will later win a science writing award from the AIP. However, it should be noted that his award ceremony will also be boycotted by many physicists. They found his reporting misleading and often one-sided. Some actually credit Jerry Bishop with popularizing the name cold fusion, because as you'll see in their written press release, Pons and Fleischmann called their discovery N-fusion. Jerry Bishop did not come up with the term cold fusion on his own, however.
Just call it what it is, confusion. Different emphasis on the word con.
And you'll find out who did a little later on. Nothing was conventional about cold fusion, and it was only going to get weirder from here. By mid-April, the first reports from other labs began to roll in. Pons and Fleischmann had set the precedent that if you had a result, you were fine to hold a press conference before you even had a paper published.
Yeah.
And that's what many of these labs did.
Man.
Called in the media, put on their best suits, and got their 15 minutes of fame. It's rare for scientists to get on TV, and this might be their only shot.
Hundreds of laboratories have tried to confirm the Utah experiment. It looks as though Texas A&M won the race, with Georgia Tech a close second.
We found that there is more energy coming out of this cell than we are putting in. We couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe it.
But then another announcement from another school.
This is so sketchy and bad for science.
School, Georgia Tech. Researchers there duplicated the Utah experiment.
I went to Georgia Tech, by the way.
And this weekend, 2 Hungarian researchers say
the University of Washington.
Italian news reports Stanford researchers today.
Everywhere.
2 Mexican scientists say government project in India.
Researchers at the University of Florida.
Swedish physicists said today.
The University of Minnesota.
The Los Alamos National Laboratory, New Mexico.
Incidentally, this brings to more than 60 the number of laboratories that have confirmed at least part of the Utah experiment.
Okay, well here's your public peer review, I guess.
Over the next few weeks, Pons and Fleischmann will be traveling non-stop.
I wonder if it was Bobby Broccoli's intent to say new fire, as in, like, not that they discovered fire, but they ended up lighting a firestorm here.
Fleischmann had gone to Europe the day after the announcement, and he had given talks at some of the top physics labs on the continent. Harwell in the UK, Ares in Italy, and now CERN in Switzerland. He was filling auditoriums beyond capacity each time. Pons was just as in demand, and he had given talks at U of U, Indiana, and soon he would give the biggest talk of his life. Cold fusion was such a big deal that nearly every major scientific organization decided to hold emergency sessions entirely dedicated to the subject. And for a chemist like Pons, there was no bigger stage than the American Chemical Society. They had scheduled a meeting in Dallas on April 12th. They had booked out a basketball stadium, and early registration suggested that chemists all across the country would swarm the event.
Dr. Pons has been escorted around Dallas much the way you would escort around a presidential candidate or even a president himself. Incredible for a chemistry convention. It felt like a Jazz-Lakers 7th game in the playoffs. I'll tell you one thing, it was quite a day.
The first day of the conference, the arena has 7,000 1,000 people in it. Looking back, many call this event the Woodstock of chemistry. As a comparison, the American Physical Society had their own Woodstock event just 2 years earlier. When a group had found evidence of high-temperature superconductors, that work had won its discoverers the Nobel Prize. Every chemist in the country wanted to see their new...
Now, superconductors, I mean, that's closer to fusion than this is, because superconductors are used in, like, ITER, large-scale tokamaks. It creates strong magnetic fields needed to stabilize and control the hot plasma needed to induce nuclear fusion. Though what's interesting is the superconductors themselves need to be maintained at very low temperatures, typically using cryogenic design. There's your cold part of fusion we can tack on there.
Hero, Stanley Pons. The president of the society opened his talk with a bit of a jab at their rival field of physics.
While much has been learned about plasma physics, the goal has remained elusive. Now it appears the chemists may have come to the rescue.
That's funny.
Although intended as a lighthearted comment, it cut to a real feeling among chemists. The physics community was still extremely pessimistic.
Yeah.
Many of them had ties to traditional hot fusion research. Cold fusion would certainly disrupt their funding, and so they'd have an incentive to criticize it.
Competition over
The energy in the room was electric. Right as Pons is being introduced, the MC takes a moment to announce some breaking news.
Before I have Stanley come on up, I'd like to comment. We were just informed before we came on that a Dallas radio station has reported that the University of Moscow has just announced that it has successfully repeated the Pons-Fleischmann experiment.
Add another one. Ooh, but it's the Soviets, though.
History is being made during the event itself. As for Pons, he's clearly much more comfortable now than he was in Utah. He opens with a joke.
It's incredible to me what an electrochemist has to do today to get an invitation to the American Chemical Society.
Most of his talk is just him going over the experiment, but he finds time for another joke.
The next slide is a photograph of the U1 Utah tokamak.
It's a clear flex. Hot fusion tokamaks are the size of entire rooms and weigh tons. His can sit in a Tupperware container. The applause he gets at the end is what you'd expect a rock star to get at the end of a concert.
Thank you very much.
No diving into the crowd.
During the Q&A, one of the audience members asks Pons a question. Prometheus, Pandora, or Piltdown Man. 3 options for how this could turn out. Was this like stealing fire from the gods? Was it like unleashing a curse upon mankind that could not be undone? Or was it simply a hoax? Pons' response was short. No comment. Meanwhile, Pons and Fleischmann were not the only two who'd had a busy couple weeks. Chase Peterson, not wanting to waste the momentum of the publicity, flew out his team and personally visited the Utah governor at his vacation house. The governor could tell they weren't there just for pleasantries and asked them point blank how much money they wanted. When they say around 2 or 3 million, he hits back with 5.
We will hold a special session of the legislature with one item on the agenda. That item will be to deal with the $5 million appropriation.
A state senator, Eldon Money, even suggested a proposal where Utah residents could donate to the research and receive tax cuts in return.
Some believe it will do for Utah what gambling does for Nevada. With so much money coming in, who needs taxes?
The results show that 60% of those who called thought taxpayers should pay for the research. 40% said no, taxpayers should not.
On April 7th.
I mean, look, of all the things that taxpayers are paying for, I mean, fusion research, real fusion research, I mean, I'm sure there are worse things.
The Utah legislature will vote 97-3 to approve the $5 million.
Wow.
But it's kind of like politics. They're certainly generating a lot of heat.
During the session, the governor paraphrased the Bible when expressing his support. He that doeth nothing is damned, and I don't want to be damned. This was an energy source so plentiful it would be, quote, too cheap to meter. Most of this $5 million would presumably go to some sort of research institute, although almost immediately $500,000 is allocated entirely to the army of patent lawyers. Who would run this institute? Surely the competition would be fierce. The earliest rumor was James Fletcher, who had just retired as head of NASA, a perfect fit given he was a Mormon from Utah. This appointment would not pan out,
That matters.
but it did show just how much interest was being generated. The eventual name would be the National Cold Fusion Institute. Of course, looking at that name, it implies at least some sort of collaboration with the rest of the country. Washington was absolutely paying attention to cold fusion, and things were already in motion. On April
back to him
13th,
again.
Glenn Seaborg got a phone call in a California diner. It's from Washington. He needs to take a flight there because it's urgent. This is not the first time he's done this. He's a well-respected veteran in nuclear science. In a few years, he'll get a chemical element named after him.
Yeah.
He's been a personal scientific advisor to half a dozen US presidents. And George Bush wants his opinion on cold fusion. When he gets there, he tells Bush, his chief of staff, and Secretary of Energy, James Watkins, his honest opinion. This wasn't going to be anything.
There wasn't enough evidence there to convince me, and I'm not convinced yet. Everybody knows about it. Nearly everybody is talking about it, but most of the people I've talked to are not buying it.
But at the same time, you couldn't just declare it wrong. The world was paying attention.
Yeah.
Cold fusion looked
It's already
like a solution
spread it
to the
out
energy
so much.
crisis. If you're going to
Crazy.
evaluate this, you need to do it slowly. Make a panel, have them visit the labs, and write a big report. Don't rush it out. Secretary Watkins...
Yes, you don't want to make the same mistake that they did with just trying to get the media out there to quickly even to just say it's wrong. Do the opposite. Actually do what they should have done when initially going with this experiment. And just give it a rigorous, peer-reviewed, reproducibility evaluation that'll basically tell you one way or the other. And I know I've put this down because I know we don't live in a cold fusion paradise right now. I have a sense of how it ends, though I don't know exactly what happens to all the individuals involved. Yeah, as a minimum, an arduous review process.
orders a dozen of the country's national labs to start working on cold fusion. And none of this secrecy business. If there's a confirmation, he wants to know immediately. This was not the only major development in Washington that month.
This is not a science project. This is an American project, quite frankly, and a Utah project.
So I couldn't agree with you more, and I think we ought to jump right on it and not let anybody else steal this thing. And
the last 20 years are full of American inventions and Japanese promotion. We'd like to have both opportunities.
In the House, the Science, Space, and Technology Committee held a hearing on April 26th. With 42 members, it is one of the largest committees in the House, and that day there was full attendance. The opening remarks are full of pomp and circumstance.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. In recent weeks, an atmosphere of high excitement and anticipation has permeated the scientific community as startling possibilities for sustained nuclear fusion reactions at room temperature have emerged. The potential implications of a scientific breakthrough that can produce cold fusion are, at the least, in our judgment, spectacular.
We all want this to work. Energy is the lifeblood of our nation, and fusion energy would be an enormous step toward the goal of energy independence.
I mean, look, jokes aside, I agree. It would have been really cool if this would have worked.
In a period when our news seems to be filled with items telling us about drugs, budget deficits, a decline in America's economic position, and environmental problems, the news of the possible discovery of cold fusion in Utah, with its accompanying controversy, was wonderful news.
Wayne Owens, congressman from Utah, was eager to introduce the distinguished guests from his home state.
The possible achievement of solid-state fusion, or the so-called cold fusion, is nothing less than a miracle.
Later, he would make plans for a trip with his fellow committee members to go visit U of U and see cold fusion with their own eyes. The first guest to speak is Stanley Pons, clearly quite humbled and honored to be speaking in Congress.
The one thing about those microphones is they're not that good, so you have to pull them closer.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairman, first we would like to thank you and the committee for the opportunity to testify here today.
He starts us off with a fairly in-depth explanation of the nitty-gritty technical details. He has a slideshow that lasts for nearly 15 minutes. Fleischman is up next.
I was going to say, there's not a whole lot of complexity to this versus if you're going to try to explain a tokamak or really any nuclear fission reactor.
next, and does what he does best, giving a digestible big picture view and speculates about how this could be applied. Notably, he says something interesting here.
Now, the experiment which Professor Pons has described to you is superficially simple, but is actually quite difficult to carry out because you have to go through a process of optimizing the experiment such that you will make a significant observation.
This is in contrast to the initial press conference, where he said it was, and I quote, very simple. Although most of the politicians in attendance were enraptured, some of them asked the occasional tough question.
I must say, Mr. Chairman, the process so far by which we've learned about this has been more confusion than cold fusion. And there seems to be a feeling about that the process has been more driven by a wish to protect future potential profits than it has been adherence to normal peer review processes.
Who knows what's up?
Public release of the information prior to the publication in a journal, and the fact that the lack of data seems to have inhibited the replication of your results in most cases where it's been tried.
In chemistry, it is generally the situation that when you have submitted a paper and the paper is accepted, which was the case in our case, then it is okay to make an announcement. I think that the problem we've had is that physicists don't do things exactly the same way.
Ooh, nice blame shift there.
Pons is correct in saying that their paper was accepted, but he's not being entirely honest here about the peer review. And as for the lack of experimental details, Fleischmann hits back with this.
We admit that there were not the experimental details there, but in a preliminary note there never are these experimental details, and we do now have fax machines and telephones which would allow people to request that information from us, and those that we have given them that advice.
Really? So, no, details available on request, and so basically you're putting the burden on people to ask questions of things that you should have already provided. And I'm just thinking, if they actually pulled this off in a meaningful way, wouldn't they want to brag about it? I mean, and just show what sort of process is, show like the elegant simplicity their design has. I can understand the part of lawyering up, protecting the patents, protecting your intellectual property, but saying, we did fusion, how does it work? Well, here's how it kind of works, but if you want to know specifics, call me later when I can get my story straight. That's what it sounds like. I'm not saying that's what they're thinking. It's just sketchy.
Reject that particular criticism.
Indeed, many scientists had been calling the two men non-stop, asking for details. However,
I'm sure.
You either had to be extremely lucky or one of their close friends to actually get a response. Fleischmann plays the diplomat very well here. He makes it clear that he does not want money taken away from hot fusion researchers. He does not want to make any unnecessary enemies. When he's asked how much he thinks scaling up this technology might cost, he is careful to avoid giving an exact number. Rather, he passes that particular hot potato to Chase Peterson, who has brought with him a high-profile lobbyist, Ira Magaziner. Together, they made their Hail Mary pitch to all 42 members of the committee, who listened intently.
The figure that comes to mind is $25 million in the federal government. Maybe that needs to be $125 million someday, but that's of not any importance right now.
Whoa. Can I have $25 million? Keep in mind that I might ask for an additional $100 million in a little bit.
$25 million would allow us to start the onion growing with state and private sources.
$25 million at the low end, $125 at the high end. That is a big ask. Peterson also, in vague terms, alluded to potential national defense concerns about the research. Although cold fusion was not a bomb, fusion was known to produce tritium, a radioactive isotope that is used in making bombs.
In most fusion reactions, tritium actually is not a product, it is a reactant. The tritium reacts with the deuterium, because that generally produces more energy. But here, they're doing deuterium-deuterium fusion, which is pretty rare.
A reliable way to generate tritium would certainly be of use to the US Army. Ira Magaziner tapped into the political fears of the period and described a scenario where Japan, their fearsome economic rival, would swoop in and steal cold fusion from them, just like they had with electronics and automobiles.
You know, we have consulted in Japan, we've consulted with Japanese companies and in the past, and we understand the kind of effort that the Japanese are now devoting to this discovery, even before they've replicated.
This was an existential threat that meant they had to act now to fend it off. The total hearing is 5 hours long.
All the reason, give me my money now, please.
And much of it is dry. As the University of Utah group departed, so did many of their representatives. Most of them simply don't want to stay to listen to the much more skeptical witnesses. Of the other speakers that day, by far the most interesting was the group from Brigham Young University, the rival school to the University of Utah, just 40 miles down the road. And representing them was a very soft-spoken physicist named Stephen Jones. And he was singing a very different tune than Pons and Fleischmann. He didn't think that cold fusion was worth dumping millions into. At least not yet. He had even brought along a prop to help him explain.
I mean, looking at the questionable results by itself, yeah.
Now this is a tender shoot, as you can tell. It is difficult to say what it will become. Some think and suggest strongly that this is a tree, and it will grow up very quickly and provide us enough wood for all our energy needs for generations.
I know where he's going with this.
I do not think it is. I think adding too much fertilizer at this stage will be detrimental. I think we need to give it time, at least a couple of months, please, to see whether this is something that's a rose or a tree. If it should turn out to be a rose, we can then admire it for its beauty, even if we are a bit disappointed it was not a tree.
And by that he...
What a kind way to suggest his disagreement, and funny.
...meant this is a new, unexplored bit of physics, and that is worth studying. But a miracle energy source this was not. To hammer home the point, he made a comparison that the politicians...
Just like the old adage about miracle energy sources. If it works, it's a miracle.
...could easily understand.
On the other hand, I heard Mr. Jones say that the difference between that experiment and commercial productivity was the difference between $1 and the national debt.
For a room of politicians who had just been asked for $25 million, it made a compelling case. But why had he, of all people, been invited? Who even is Stephen Jones? Well, Stephen Jones is the reason any of this was happening at all. What he isn't telling the committee here is that he feels Pons and Fleischmann have fucked him over. Because what he's claiming is that he is the inventor of cold fusion.
Whoa. Oh, there's gonna be a part 2. Specifically, the dead grad student problem. Let's check this out.
Stephen Jones is a soft-spoken man. He's just spent the better part of an hour speaking to a room full of Washington politicians about his work in cold fusion. He comes off as humble, downplaying his work as a nuclear physicist. Like most professors at Brigham Young University, he is a devout Mormon. Most of his colleagues know him to be trustworthy, honorable, some might even call him a Boy Scout.
Sure.
And it was almost certainly burning him up inside that for the past month, Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann had been accusing him of stealing their work.
Wow. The plot thickens. Part 2, death. That's ominous.
Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann are remembered as the fathers of cold fusion, for better or for worse. And that's
the fathers of cold fusion, more like the scam of cold fusion, not actual cold fusion.
Because they went public in a now infamous press conference on March 23rd, 1989. And 1 month out from that, they were asking Congress for $25 million. As Fleischmann mentioned in their announcement,
small loan.
He and Pons had funded their experiment with $100K of their own money, and they had no other financial support. But what he didn't say is that in the year before they went public, they did try to get external funding. And that process had set off a domino effect that resulted in a leak, and was ultimately the reason they had went public an entire year and a half before they intended to. Through much of the 1980s, Pons had been funding his work through grants awarded by the Office of Naval Research. But when he approached them about his cold fusion research, they didn't think it was a good fit. After some shuffling around, Pons resubmitted to the Office of Advanced Energy Projects at the Department of Energy. The office had a bit of a reputation as the Office of Hail Mary. Its administrator, Richard Gajewski, once called it the home of orphans and infants.
For those of you who think regular fusion is a Hail Mary, cold fusion is what fusion is to regular fusion, as far as Hail Marys are concerned. Nah, I'm kidding. Regular fusion isn't that bad.
What he meant by that was his office was the last chance for projects that were considered too crazy for other departments. Pie-in-the-sky pitches that still deserved at least a little bit of funding. Gajewski had a lot of power in this office, and he liked to pick favorites. As it happened, one of his longest-running funding programs was for a professor at BYU, Stephen Jones. Jones was one of the experts in a niche area called muon-catalyzed fusion.
A muon is basically a really heavy electron. It has the same negative charge, but it's about 200 times bigger. And that's shown in his little sketch here by them orbiting that much closer to the nucleus than an electron.
A muon is a particle similar to an electron. It's just 207 times as massive.
There you go, 207.
A muon can replace an electron orbiting a nucleus of deuterium. Because a muon is so much heavier, its orbital radius is almost 200 times as small. This allows two atoms to sit much closer together, which vastly increases the odds of fusion. Muon-catalyzed fusion can and often does occur at room temperature.
That's true. It really does. The thing is, muons have a half-life of a couple of microseconds. It's actually decently high for a subatomic particle, but for you to make a power plant out of this, no. Compare that to fission, where a free neutron by itself has a half-life of about 15 minutes. Plenty of time for it to induce fissions in a nuclear power plant. Neutrons undergo beta decay into an electron and a proton.
After it was first demonstrated in 1956, for about a decade, researchers scrambled to perfect it, hoping that it would unlock an immense new energy source. And in fact, a New York Times article from 1956 even referred to it as, quote, cold fusion.
Note that I saw in that square it said muon fusion. It's really muon-assisted fusion. The things that are actually fusing are deuterium-tritium, or even this same deuterium-deuterium reaction that was talked about heavily in the previous video. But the muons aren't actually fusing, they're helping. Kind of like in a thorium reactor. The thorium isn't exactly undergoing the fission. It's uranium-233 after thorium captures a neutron and undergoes a couple of beta decays.
The issue is that the numbers just weren't there. It wasn't frequent enough to sustain itself as an energy source. But the concept never fully died.
It's that short half-life is what does it. But even if their half-life was longer, let's say it's 15 minutes, similar to that of a neutron, it still costs more energy to get the muons than you would from the fusion reaction. So these magical longer half-life muons, if they existed, you'd have the same problem as regular hot fusion. But that's not to say it's worthless. You just can't make electricity from it. It's still an interesting study into quantum tunneling and running an experiment that drastically increases that probability. I still think it's cool, but you're just not seeing a muon fusion reactor anytime soon.
Steve Jones at BYU was one of its true believers. Gajewski clearly took a shine to him. He'd funded Jones for 6 years now, giving him around $250K a year by 1988. It was a strong show of faith. But Jones knew,
wow, $250K in 88, that's close to $700K a year now.
His clock was ticking. Gajewski was getting pressure from his bosses to call it quits on Jones's work. Muon-catalyzed fusion was as dead now as it was 30 years earlier. He needed to pivot. Inspiration came in September 1988 when Gajewski sent Jones a proposal. The title was The Behavior of Electrochemically Compressed Hydrogen and Deuterium.
Okay.
And it was submitted by Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann.
Sounds like the same idea, compressing, but if by hydrogen, are they talking about fusion with hydrogen-1 and deuterium? That don't sound right. Let's see what they mean.
Jones was intended to act as a neutral referee, one of 5. The proposal was confidential. The cover specifically mentioned, quote, to use the information contained in the proposal for evaluation purposes only. You can probably guess where this is going. Later, Jones and BYU's legal team would release a detailed timeline of his research on fusion, supported by pages and pages from Jones's own notebook.
BYU has documents such as these lab notebooks showing their work goes back to at least 1986.
And if you watch his testimony in Congress, he will hammer home the point that he'd been working on this for years.
Deuterium into metals is going to lead to fusion, which we had in early '86. I should say, by the way, that this has been funded by this same Advanced Energy Projects, this particular idea, cold nuclear fusion, since '86. We pioneered that in May of 1986.
Jones has claimed that while his primary focus had been on muon-catalyzed fusion, he had spent some time and funding working on more traditional fusion work, like that of Pons and Fleischmann, even before he saw their proposal. And this is technically true. In March 1986, Jones had a chance run-in with a geophysicist, Paul Palmer, who had an idea that fusion can take place within the Earth via extreme pressure. They began to spitball the idea of piezonuclear fusion. Piezo means pressure in Latin.
So the piezoelectric effect is when something like quartz generates electric charges when subjected to pressure. But it would take a ton of stress and pressure and really strong electric fields to get things close enough for fusion to occur via quantum tunneling, kind of like the muon-catalyzed fusion, except here we're dealing with something more macro than micro, just a lot of pressure and electric fields, but I don't know. Such a thing hasn't actually been proven, but it's something that's not impossible, but generating that much energy, I think you're going to be better off building a tokamak or a stellarator or inertial confinement or something else. Just because of the really high energy requirements to overcome the Coulomb barrier.
In a memo dated April 1st, 1986, Jones wrote, "Could it be that metal hydrides provide an environment conducive to confinement and fusion of hydrogen isotopes?" And on April 7th, Jones, although he never actually uses the word electrolysis, he does write down several different metals. Among them is palladium. In one of his annual updates to Gajewski, he mentioned this piezonuclear fusion idea.
I mean, here we are, back to its ability to absorb hydrogen.
Two of Jones's graduate students, in May 1986, began experiments where they would load hydrogen into metals via electrolysis.
Crazy pressure.
But after months of attempts, nothing useful came of the experiments, and in September, they abandoned the idea. The most they got out of it was 2 term papers. And so, if we want to be lawyers about it, Jones's group did, independent from Pons and Fleischmann, come up with a cold fusion concept as early as 1986. But they soon put the idea on a 2-year-long hiatus. Jones's later explanation for the hiatus is that they are waiting on a colleague to build an ultra-sensitive detector that would allow them to continue the experiments. This detector was indeed finished around August of 1988, and we know from Jones's own notebook that he assembled his team for a meeting on August 24th, and they discussed restarting the fusion project. But then, and this is where it gets a little suspect, his notebook has a 29-day gap where he does not mention the fusion project. And then finally, he notes on September 20th that he received the Pons and Fleischmann proposal from Gajewski. It is only after this point that his group begins to start up experiments again. The whole saga is full of coincidences both in timing and in location. What are the odds that it's 2 Utah labs, just 40 miles apart, that would be racing to unlock the secrets of fusion? What we do know for sure is that Jones and his team jumped into action only after they had read Pons and Fleischmann's proposal, at a time when his funding was on the verge of ending. And so, by late September, his group was starting up experiments, and Jones wrote back to Gajewski that the proposal should be rejected. Or at least, he needed some clarifications first. And so, he begins to write to them anonymously. To Pons and Fleischmann, here is an anonymous reviewer asking very basic questions, clearly of the opinion that this experiment won't work. Only when they had shared enough details for him to replicate the experiment in its entirety did he change his tune and give it the thumbs up. Pons and Fleischmann had managed to guess that the reviewer was Jones because one of his critiques was that they hadn't cited a 1986 paper by him. And then one day, Gajewski phones up Pons and suggests that since Jones had worked on similar stuff before, they maybe work out a collaboration. From the perspective of Pons and Fleischmann, this was outrageous. Pons had refused to talk about this project to anyone outside Fleischmann or his own family for years, and now as soon as they submit a grant application, they had a physicist trying to force himself onto their paper. Although Pons and Jones have a friendly phone conversation, deep down Pons feels like their work has been stolen. Pons tells the patent officer at U of U that they may have a legal dispute on their hands, and he makes a call to a childhood friend. Gary Triggs grew up with Pons in North Carolina. He was a charming country lawyer who was not afraid to get his hands dirty.
It's interesting just how close everything is, and yeah.
When the dispute with Jones's group began to heat up, Pons had Triggs flying to town to help him re-strategize. Triggs also acted as a confidant, one of the few people Pons trusted without question. Even before Cold Fusion, Pons had used Triggs as an attack dog when he got into some hot water. At least 2 prior collaborations involving Dow Chemical and Synthetech used Pons as a researcher. When those companies couldn't reproduce his results, they asked for his data. Pons blocked them by getting Triggs to send cease and desist letters. One of Triggs' first acts in the Cold Fusion saga was to have Pons call up Gajewski and try to get him to admit to manufacturing this whole mess to help out his buddy Jones. If he said anything incriminating, they never did anything with it. Both groups go into overdrive trying to gather data in a race to get their paper out first. The U of U group is working 24/7, swapping out in shifts. The dispute begins to boil over around February, when Gajewski tells Pons that he's putting a freeze on their funding until the dispute is resolved. They've now lost all trust in Gajewski. They start to become paranoid. Both groups escalate the issue to the heads of their respective schools. Both the U of U and BYU administrations take over the negotiations. They arrange for sit-down talks. The U of U team visits BYU and tour the lab on February 23rd. Jones's team is impressed by how well made Pons and Fleischmann's cells are, and Pons and Fleischmann are impressed by BYU's radiation detector. But Jones tells them that he's been at this for 2 years and he wants to publish now. Pons and Fleischmann beg him for 18 more months. They need more time. But Jones says he can't wait. He agrees to cancel a talk later that week, but he's been scheduled to speak at a major conference in May, the American Physical Society. Can't you present something else, they asked him? No, he says he can't. He already submitted an abstract, and in it, he mentions cold fusion. He's given them a no-win scenario. Pons and Fleischmann are at a loss. The final negotiation is an agreement to publish back-to-back submissions to the same journal. After some debate, they agree on Nature, one of the most prestigious in the world. At the end of the meeting, both sides shook hands, but no paper had been signed.
Ooh.
Nothing written had cemented the deal.
Never go by a handshake agreement. It's just not enough.
Neither side was happy, and any pleasantries were just performances. Reportedly, by the time Pons and Fleischmann had walked back to their cars, they were calling Jones a thief. What if one of the papers got rejected and the other accepted? That paper would get all the credit. They believe there was only the nuclear option left.
I see what he did there.
Go public immediately.
BYU fusion researcher Stephen Jones says the U breached an agreement with Brigham Young University by announcing its fusion discovery to the media last month. Jones says the 2 universities had agreed to announce...
I didn't realize that in watching the previous video. Now things are making a little bit more sense as to why they went public when they did.
Their separate findings simultaneously.
It was still clearly a bad idea, but I guess they felt like they were in a no-win scenario.
There was no commitment, no promise of any sort that we wouldn't go public.
Around March 13th, Jones gets the feeling that Pons and Fleischmann are going to screw him over. He phones them and they tell him something that is either, quote, a threat or a warning. He can't tell which. And so they hold their press conference on March 23rd without any heads up to BYU. At the press conference, a reporter asks if they are aware of any other group doing similar work. VP of Research James Brophy takes the mic. He says he wasn't aware of any other group, something he knows for a fact is a lie.
And with fusion coming to the forefront, the big rivalry between BYU and the University of Utah is no longer over football.
Okay, so now what's the deal here? Is it because somebody stole it? BYU says
settle it over a football game. See how that works out.
that we were working on it together, and that he came out first so he could get all the publicity. Imagine that.
Fleischmann and Pons were going to say many years later that they did not name their discovery cold fusion, that it was Steve Jones who was responsible for that. A couple weeks later at a conference in Italy, Fleischmann and Jones will have a private conversation in the hall. Reportedly, Fleischman will apologize for how things got out of hand, but you can't put that cat back in the bag. By going public early, they had doomed their careers. Jones had found out about the betrayal when the Financial Times called him asking for comment. Jones was furious, but he feels a sense of relief at the same time. Knowing he's been betrayed rather than waiting for it is almost freeing. He goes on vacation with his family for the Easter weekend. They mail the paper to Nature as soon as possible. No one from his team will be going to the airport on March 24th to meet with Marvin Hawkins. And that leads us back to where we started. Marvin Hawkins, Pons' PhD student, clutching an envelope in a FedEx at the airport. A TV crew is there to film the meeting that won't be taking place. He'll end up submitting the paper and going home. Hawkins' name didn't make it into the history books the same way Pons and Fleischman's did. He's not a protagonist, but his story is still worth telling. Marvin Hawkins was 27 here. In the fall of '88, he was pretty much wrapped up with his PhD work. The only thing left for him to graduate was to write his thesis. If he focused on writing, he'd be out in just a couple months. It was in his best interest to try and get it done sooner rather than later, because after all, he was the sole source of income for a family of 5. He had taken a 2-year break from school for his Mormon missionary work, so he was a bit behind his academic peers. He needed a decent paying job. But in October of 1988, Stanley Pons, chair of the chemistry department, approached him with an offer. He was working on an incredibly interesting fusion experiment. Well, actually, it was more than interesting, it sounded groundbreaking. The sort of thing that could win a Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
It would certainly delay his graduation, and it wouldn't pay him very much, just $10K a year. But Marvin recognized it as the once-in-a-career opportunity that it was. And to work with Martin Fleischman, too? When it came to chemistry, that man was a god. Stanley Pons was a secretive man. Outside his family and his mentor Fleischman, he barely told anyone about this. His wife worked as a secretary, and up until August, he'd had his son Joey run most of the experiments. But he was getting married that month and left the lab. With a vacancy to fill, Pons approached Marvin. Part of why he chose Marvin was that he knew he could set up experiments on his own. He wouldn't need outside help. Fewer chance of a leak. Marvin worked for months, and to hear him tell it, without much help from Pons and Fleischman, on developing the cells that would soon become world famous.
Does everyone you build now work?
Or world infamous?
No. You know, as with any scientific endeavor, you've got some build-up, some mistakes, some reevaluation, some new processes that you want to incorporate.
As January turned into February, it was clear to him that Pons' group was in a race with someone at BYU. Whoever published first was guaranteed to make it into the history books. And whoever was second might, if they were lucky, get a single mention at the end of a long paragraph. They began to pull 24/7 shifts. Quote, there were times where I would go home for 3 or 4 hours and sleep and then get up and go back. And that happened for a month and a half. No weekends, no nothing. Your kids kind of tend to wonder who you are. Jamie Hawkins, Marvin's wife of 5 years, said simply,
doing nuclear engineering work, I remember working some busy outage-related jobs where you go in, there was basically 4 on, 1 off for upwards of a month. That was before I had a kid, so I can only imagine trying to do that and raise a family. And this sounds so much worse, so much more painful.
It brought on a whole new meaning of the term widow. Having Marvin away from home was difficult, Jamie said, but we could see it was for a great purpose, so that made it a little easier to deal with.
I'm looking at the title of this video. Something tragic happened to him.
Quote, obviously it's been very stressful on her. She's been very supportive. She's even come in from time to time and helped me collect data just to try and maintain some kind of relationship. It's not been horrible, but it's been hard. His kids missed him at home. Their daughter was old enough to understand it was important for her daddy's job, but their younger son was emotional. Pons seemed to recognize what a sacrifice Marvin was making, especially as a young father. Quote, Stan would call me numerous times and say, Jamie, I'm sorry that Marvin's never home, but realize soon Hawkins, Pons, and Fleischman's name will be in the lights. Hawkins' name never made it on to the paper.
Wow.
2 days before the announcement, Pons gives him the bad news. The school, for legal reasons, thinks it's better if it's just...
I mean, looking at it in retrospect, that might be for the best, but still.
Him and Fleischman on the paper. Marvin is devastated. In the couple days after the March 23rd announcement, The energy around the Utah campus was frantic. News crews were everywhere, and everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the famous cold fusion cells. Someone had also allegedly stolen the transparencies Pons and Fleischmann had used in their press conference. And the day after the announcement, Fleischmann took a plane back to Europe, where he'd be for a few weeks. Now, that meant Pons had been left alone and Tor, receiving more public attention than he'd ever had in his entire life. Phone calls were ringing all hours of the day, news crews wanted to interview him, his email account got hacked. They had to change his home phone number just to stop the ringing. In a profile for the Deseret News, Pons described himself with one word: scared.
Emotions can get absolutely destroyed.
That's a lot of pressure.
It's not that much more. For me, he's the same guy. The kids say, yeah, there's Dad on TV, and they run on and play. We don't know when we're going to have dinner. People want to talk all the time. We always say we're normal. We're still the same as ever.
Soon, a mysterious man from MIT would roll up, uninvited, and began asking questions. He only left when Pons tried to contact security. So with all of this context in mind, Pons realizes on March 26th that some of his lab books were missing. With Fleischmann gone, the only other person who could have the notes was Marvin Hawkins. And so, Pons calls up another grad student, Mark Anderson, and asks him to take over a bit of the work from Marvin Hawkins. Here is where it gets odd. Hawkins attests that Pons and Fleischmann asked him to make a copy of the notebooks and protect the original. And so he did that, making copies and then putting the originals in his brother's safety deposit box. After weeks of endless hours stuck in the lab, Hawkins and his family go on a ski trip for the holiday weekend, which Pons had supposedly offered to pay for. On Monday the 27th, Pons calls Hawkins and urgently tells him he needs the notebooks that day. It's not much of a leap for Pons to assume that Hawkins is upset with his name being left off the paper and that he may have taken the notes for leverage. Unaware that Pons suspects him of anything nefarious, Marvin leaves the ski trip and drives into Salt Lake City to drop off the photocopies of the notebooks and then returns back to his family vacation. But Pons is not happy with just the photocopies.
This is crazy.
And when Marvin checks in via the phone, Pons tells him he needs the originals right now. He essentially accuses him of stealing the notebooks. Pons and Hawkins' stories contradict each other quite a bit here. Pons claims he got a call from the Mormon church saying the notebooks were with them, and he should come pick them up. He alleges that Hawkins tried to sell the notebooks for millions of dollars or as some sort of religious donation. When Hawkins returned to the lab, Pons threatened to send the police after him.
Notes.
Eventually, Hawkins returns the notebooks, realizes he's been replaced, and leaves for his vacation a third time, but in a significantly worse mood. And finally, on April 4th, he receives a letter from Stanley Pons. He's been fired. Hawkins immediately goes to the administration and says he'll go to the media if they don't rectify the situation.
Wow.
He even calls Fleischmann, who tells him he'll try and talk some sense into Stan. A day later, Pons and Hawkins sit down and have a meeting with two neutral third parties. In it, they agree that Hawkins should be allowed to finish his thesis, and his name will appear on the paper in the form of an errata. Marvin Hawkins, despite everything Pons put him through, still defends him to this day. Forgetting to add an author to a paper, especially when there are only 3 total, is not a very common mistake. When the errata was published, it raised eyebrows across the field, but it was not even the most suspicious correction. A small detail, easy to miss, suggested something deeply wrong about the science. A mistake so fundamental that some would accuse them of fraud.
Whoa.
When Stanley Pons addressed a crowd of 7,000 chemists at a stadium in Dallas, he was their rock star. He had delivered not just a win to the field of chemistry, but he had done what so many physicists had been failing to do for decades. Chemistry and physics are sibling fields, and they go hand in hand.
And yet they compete with each other.
But the scientists who study them naturally develop rivalries. And so to their peers, Pons and Fleischmann were heroes. But to the...
So I'm not a scientist, so I never really felt that sort of thing, but I haven't really felt it much between types of engineers. Like, there's not one between, like, nuclear engineers or software engineers, for instance. Not as much overlap, I guess. I mainly see it towards the engineering department versus, say, the operations department or the maintenance department. is where those kind of rivalries tend to show up. And a lot of it's kind of more jokingly, but I can't say I've ever really felt that way.
Physicists, they were tourists. A pair of overconfident hucksters messing with things they didn't fully understand.
What does that mean?
Fritz Will, former president of the Electrochemical Society, recounted a story where a Nobel laureate of physics told him, quote, "Fritz, if cold fusion were ever to be discovered, it wouldn't be discovered by a chemist."
If you look at the confirmations, they come principally from electrochemists rather than from physicists. If you look at the negative criticism, they come principally from physicists.
After people have been studying these reactions for 50 years, and they really have, that somebody at Utah, happens to stumble across a previously unseen low-energy reaction, the odds are pretty small.
Even worse in their eyes,
I can
was that
understand
Pons
the
and Fleischmann had committed two major
I'd be one of
transgressions. The first was that they had gone to Washington and begged for money from Congress, a blatant attempt to skip over the usual peer-reviewed budgetary process.
Yeah.
The second
That's
was
like-
jumping the gun with a press.
That's the equivalent of like your boss won't fund the project, so you're going over your boss's head all the way up to the board, or even worse, because this would be external from the government. So yeah, that's not even as extreme of an example. Huh.
Conference before they published a paper.
And frankly, we're getting a little bit tired of having science done by news conference.
I wonder where your greatest responsibility is. Is it to the general public through a press conference, or is it to the scientific community? And I submit that is the case, that the public had a right to know as soon as possible.
But if most physicists were caught off guard by the announcement, none were more shocked than the physicists working next door to Pons and Fleischmann at the University of Utah. You would think that at least one of them, hopefully a specialist in nuclear science, would have been asked their opinion, but no. Chase Peterson's mandate of secrecy meant that he had really only consulted with two physicists. His VP, James Brophy, an administrator who hadn't done research in years, and a distant relative, Hans Bethe, over at Cornell. When some of those physics profs attempted to speak to Pons directly, they found him in his office, swamped with calls. They were getting messages from physics departments all across the country with the assumption that they had seen and signed off on Pons and Fleischmann's work. They hadn't even seen the paper yet. Now their credibility was on the line, despite having nothing to do with the work.
This is going to reflect badly on anyone involved or anyone even adjacent to it. At least everywhere I've worked, the review step was treated as more sacred, meaning the penalties were worse for the independent reviewer or the peer checker, even when it comes down to, say, a plant operator manipulating a valve in the field, making sure it's the right one. If an error were to be made and the peer checker or the supervisor didn't catch it, those were the people that the accountability measures were more severe.
They were not afraid to tell the local news exactly how they felt.
Before you commit yourself publicly and make a big hoopla about it, that you still do the critical work necessary to make sure you're absolutely certain.
They say they're embarrassed by last Thursday's announcement to the world before scientific peer review has had a chance to decide whether this really is or is not a breakthrough.
But even when the paper eventually got published on April 8th, many physicists were shocked by its quality.
The nuclear physics part of the program was not done in a very careful way.
The papers that were written by both groups were papers that, had they been written by my graduate student, I would not have let them publish it. I would have said, go back to the laboratory and finish the job.
The text had several errors and contradictions, all of which suggested to experienced scientists that the paper had been prepared in a rush. Although both clearly intelligent chemists, the general consensus was that Pons and Fleischmann had waded into an area way outside their expertise. Whatever their conclusions, they were almost certainly the result of several blunders.
And it seems like they felt their hands were forced, so this was just panic at this point, based on what I'm hearing.
Many physicists didn't even bother reading the paper. They knew for a fact this couldn't be fusion for one very simple reason. They were still alive.
They would get some nasty dose, because their little battery experiment... Nothing with regards to radiation protection.
Their skin hadn't been irradiated to a crisp. The fusion of two deuterium atoms has been studied since the 1920s and is one of the most well-understood nuclear reactions we know about. As soon as fusion happens, you get an excited helium nucleus with 2 protons and 2 neutrons. But it only lasts for a moment, because it's unstable and will end up decaying into one of 3 radiation branches. In the first branch, the helium loses a neutron and sends it flying. In the second, the helium loses a proton, which leaves an atom of hydrogen with 2 neutrons. This isotope has its own unique name, tritium. The first 2 branches occur approximately 50% of the time. They're evenly split. The third branch is the most rare, with less than 0.5% chance.
Sure.
It stays as a helium-4 atom, but it ejects a super high-energy gamma ray as a photon. All 3 of these branches produce one high-energy radiation particle, either a neutron, tritium, or a gamma ray.
So as far as which one is worse for you, well, there's something called a quality factor when looking at radiation dose and their effects on the human body. Gamma rays will just pass straight through you. You're going to need a lot of shielding to protect you from that, and this is a high energy one. By most standards, 5-8 inches of lead will do it, but this is pretty high energy. So that isn't going to stop all of it. Tritium undergoes beta decay, so an electron. So it's a bit of high energy radiation that also decays as well. So kind of double duty. As far as the tritium itself though, it's heavy, but you really don't want to ingest it. I mean, after all, it's tritium. It's a form of hydrogen. You can have tritiated water. So talk about don't drink the water. And then we give you to the neutron, which is most hazardous. Anywhere up to 5 to 20 times worse than a gamma ray or a beta particle for that matter, in terms of what it does to the human body, just because it's bigger and it's fast. Neutron dose is the reason why you can only get so close to the reactor at a nuclear power plant while it is operating. And that's going to be the one that causes most damage to the human body the most quickly. But really, all 3 of these are nasty if you're going to be this close to an unshielded fusion core.
In other words, you cannot have heat without radiation alongside it. And remember, according to Fleischmann, they saw 4 watts for every 1 watt they put in. A single fusion reaction would produce about 1 trillionth of a watt, meaning to generate 4 watts, as claimed by Fleischmann, that would be around 2.5 trillion neutrons per second. More than enough to burn the skin off your body. So that begs the question.
And forget the burning the skin part. During the Demon Core accident, one of the high dose aspects was neutron dose, because they essentially made a small reactor for a very brief period of time by it achieving a critical mass and undergoing fission. This can cause a bunch of nasty internal dose that can lead to horrific internal bleeding, acute radiation poisoning. So the point is, this is more than enough to end it.
Question: how many neutrons did they see? Well, in their paper, they reported just 4,000 per second.
So neutrons are one of the big ways of telling if you achieved fusion or not, is they need to be measurable on a neutron detector. So 4,000 neutrons per sec, okay.
1 billion times too low. An amount so low, you'd basically feel no adverse health effects. This issue became known by physicists as the dead grad student problem. The problem was that there wasn't one.
At this point, aren't you glad their experiment didn't work?
If Pons and Fleischmann had spoken to even one physicist at their school, they would have pointed this issue out immediately. But through a
you don't even have to be a physicist. You just need to know a little bit about radiation protection to know about neutron dose rates. They could have spoken to a technician at a hospital, for instance.
Combination of overconfidence, ignorance, and their desire for complete secrecy, they didn't ask any of their U of U peers. This is far from the only neutron number that they've shared. At his talk in Dallas, Pons mentioned a figure of 10,000 neutrons per second. And when Pons and Fleischmann recounted their mythical...
So these numbers in neutrons per second is a bit of a weird unit. Usually most detectors have something on the order of counts per minute. I mean, yeah, they just did a simple conversion. Obviously pretty hard. Obviously not hard to do, but it's kind of a weird way of reporting things. But it was also a different time period, so maybe it was more standard back then.
Go meltdown, they can't get their story straight at all. Fleischmann once said that the meltdown produced, quote, no untoward radiation. And Pons said that there was no noticeable radiation.
Well, clearly they made a lot of radiation, it just wasn't behaving untoward, whatever that means.
Detected. And then even later, they gave a third version, where he said that the lab was, quote, contaminated. Okay, so then which is it? No matter the number, they were anywhere from 1 to 10 billion times fewer neutrons than they should.
We can't understand you, hairy friend. A gargantuan hairball. Careful on my precious back, Nigel. Oh, much better. Thank you, chaps. Oh, now my throat feels just silky, silky smooth. Swallow that spit with ease. Now I can go back to treading the balls in my role at the Hairy Opera. La-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-dum.
Can we please stop ruining good TVs with Fire Sticks or Roku sticks? Because I came into this Airbnb, saw a Sony TV, and I was hyped, like, okay, this is good. And then my smile quickly faded because right here was a Roku TV remote. The only time you should use a Fire Stick or a Roku is if your TV isn't a smart TV and you need to plug something in so you could watch Netflix or watch Prime Video. If you already have a smart TV with a good integrated processor, putting in a Roku or a Fire Stick is a downgrade. And I would understand it if you just really like the Fire TV interface or really like the Roku interface. But nobody does. Worst part was, back to this TV, it didn't even work. Like, it doesn't even turn up. Can we please stop ruining good TVs with Fire?
A game dev secret about lighting. Let's make a cool nighttime scene. First, we dim the lights, and then we turn.
This is a worker bumblebee. Queen bumblebees are much larger, which makes me wonder, what's the largest queen? Well, maybe it's a wasp. Their queens, they're just a little bigger. Well, maybe it's an ant. Ant queens are larger, but not the largest. Instead, take a look at this. Do you recognize this worker insect? It might be living inside your walls. Its queen has a massive rear end that helps it lay a new egg every 3 seconds. This queen is so large that she cannot move. The largest insect queen is a termite queen. This is a worker.
If there's one thing that we've learned as a tobacco company, it's how to get people to want our products. So, after we bought Kraft and General Foods in the 1980s, our scientists got to work. Hey, I'm a food scientist, I guess. You see, just like cigarettes, we can narrow down what we call bliss points in food, which is the perfect balance of things like sugar, salt, and fat. But by the time we got into the food industry, everyone wanted fat-free, which tastes like shit because it's bland and dry. That's because fat makes things taste good. I mean, it sounds like you're just making the diet food taste better. I mean, we're not just relying on taste testers to tell us what's yummy. We had already turned addiction into a science. And all that research came with us in the 80s when we got into food. Sensory testing, market segmentation, addiction modeling, cross-branding techniques. That fat-free cookie that tastes like chalk? Turns out it's actually hyper-palatable when you ratchet up the sugar and starch levels. And since there's no fat, it doesn't really fill you up. So we can sell you a guilt-free experience for you to just keep eating and eating and eating straight to diabetes town. Guys, I'm still struggling a bit because you're a food company, which I associate with nourishment and trust. And this sounds like, well, maybe not that. So For my brain, it's hard to... I don't get it. Yeah, well, remember, the reason that we got into food... If there's one thing that we've...
Amy, 9 years old, playing Luigi's Mansion for the first time. Gets at the piano ghost melody. Immediately develop a crush on her. Obsess over it for days. Beg parents to buy me a keyboard. Start piano lessons because Ghost Girl is cute. Gets surprisingly good over time. Fast forward 3 years, playing piano in a department store while mom shops. Girl from my school walks by. Wow, Anon, I didn't know you played so well. Turns out she plays too. We start talking, share piano stuff. She gives me her number, k.jpg. Fast forward to now, still with her, both going to college. Probably going to major in music, still play duets together sometimes. All of this because I got feelings for a fictional ghost. My face when Luigi's Mansion started my actual love story. Thanks Melody, thanks Luigi. Bros, never underestimate what one video game crush can set in motion. 10 out of 10 would sip again for musical Ghost Girl. Amy, 9 years old, playing Luigi's Mansion for the first time. Gets at the piano.
Do people actually use keyboards this small? I think I might be getting gold because 60% keyboards are starting to make less and less sense to me. My understanding is that 60% keyboards were made because at gaming tournaments you were assigned like a little booth with only a certain amount of space, and your keyboard's numpad would cut into your mousepad space and hinder your mouse mobility. So by making the keyboard physically smaller, you are saving some precious desk real estate. But at your at-home gaming setup, you have plenty of space. I don't know. I mean, they do look cooler, and a lot of the cheaper options on the market right now are 60%.
Talk to me in a native language, I have 2 tries to guess it.
Is it okay if we talk in English a little bit and you just try to guess based off of my accent? Then I will give you in the language.
Because it's so easy, or...?
No, just I'm curious.
Okay.
Can you tell anything so far?
You sound...
Noticeable radiation.
Well, clearly they made a lot of radiation, it just wasn't behaving untoward. Whatever that means.
Detected. And then even later, they gave a third version, where he said that the lab was, quote, contaminated. Okay, so then which is it? No matter the number, they were anywhere from 1 to 10 billion times fewer neutrons than they should expect.
Interestingly enough, it's possible for them to have produced a lot of neutrons without contaminating anything if it was over a very brief period of time. Now, the other thing about neutrons and why their adverse effects are considerably worse than anything else you see on this little whiteboard is they can activate things when exposed to a neutron field over time. That's a design consideration that needs to be taken into effect in any reactor design. And by activate, I mean something, say a metal, absorbs a neutron, and then it becomes radioactive. So now you have other radioactive material to work with, and you also have, say, alloys or materials that have become embrittled by the neutrons. Granted, it's nothing that can't be fixed with maintenance over time, and you'd eventually need to replace bits and pieces of your shielding, but it's something that any nuclear engineer would account for.
Orders of magnitude upon orders of magnitude. Their method for establishing the background level of radiation was not exactly reliable either. Pons and Fleischmann observed that their neutrons had no clear pattern. They appeared randomly in bursts. But all around us, cosmic rays from outer space result in small, random bursts of neutrons all the time.
Sure.
That is background radiation.
Neutrons and just about anything else.
A lab underground will have a lower background than one above ground, and even air pressure can have a huge impact. Apparently, to get their background level, they took 2 measurements, one right next to their cell, and then one at a spot 50 meters away. This is not a useful background test because the location is completely different. They should have instead measured the background at the same location once with the cell removed or turned off.
Yeah, that's really how you would calibrate any sort of detector. Use a known source and then use your unknown source, not without changing the parameters that you use to test your known source.
Why were they being so vague with their numbers? Well, because they don't usually do this sort of work, they had to borrow a neutron detector.
Oh, that's good. Possibly one they didn't know how to operate.
The thing is, the one they borrowed was a medical device, and so was normally used to measure large radiation spikes that might cause a health risk. It's really inaccurate for the low levels they were reporting.
That is exactly right. There are different detectors are used based on different types of radiation, but also the energy levels of the radiation. So even if you're dealing with just neutrons, there's radiation that's designed to detect. There are detectors that are designed to detect fast neutrons, and there are ones that are designed to detect thermal neutrons, which is a way of saying ones that have not been accelerated. The point is, you really need to use the right sort of detector for the job, otherwise you're just going to be way off.
And the thing is, they seem to recognize all these issues. They knew their readings were far too low. They say it in the initial press conference.
We have a relatively low rate of production of neutrons. Rate of generation of tritium and the rate of generation of helium-3 is only 1/1000th of what you would expect if the fusion reactions were those experienced in high-energy physics.
But of course, the media covering the story would not have picked up on just how significant that detail was.
Kind of surprised they said that without even anything else. Like, okay, we're showing this low, but this is the only, but a low rating on this detector means which means the actual number of neutrons is really 1 billion times higher, or whatever the actual number is, but that's just bizarre.
Even the not dead grad student himself, Marvin Hawkins, acknowledged this issue as early as April 14th. This is a damning admission. It shows that they were not seeing what theory predicted, but rather than assume they had made a mistake, they made a huge leap in logic, and ran with the idea that maybe the theory wasn't fully correct.
Theories are made to explain experimental data. We have the experimental data and we see no theory for it yet. So they're going to have to rethink some things.
I mean, they are, but I don't know. This is kind of like one of those things, like you hear hoof steps that sound like they're coming from an animal, and this is somewhere in Texas, but you don't see what the animal looks like. Do you think horses, or do you think zebras? Which is more likely?
That means there's some additional physics going on in the material that we do not yet understand.
Could it possibly mean there's a mistake?
No.
Ooh, a flat, primed, ready to fire. No, didn't even take in or internalize that. He was ready to deflect that. Man.
Sure that it's right.
I'm sure.
It is a bold strategy to say the least, and one that they were forced to adopt because of their race to beat Stephen Jones. With this in mind, it does reframe Jones's work. Let's put aside the matter of priority for 1 minute. Steve Jones and his team are physicists. They know exactly how many neutrons they should be seeing, and have a state-of-the-art detector to do it.
And exactly how many neutrons it takes to get a lethal dose.
And they did a proper background test. His group was seeing literally just 2 neutrons per hour. Just 2.
Wow.
That is 10,000 times less than the already shockingly low number from Pons and Fleischmann.
That's actually kind of hard to measure. That's like, yeah, because it's background.
That amount should work out to just 1/1,000,000th of a watt. And that's where the distinction between the two groups lay.
Number one, there is fusion, cold nuclear fusion, at a very low level. Number two, the level is not enough to lead us to suspect heat. Therefore, my conclusion is that we don't have heat due to fusion. I would say that cold fusion is hopeless as a source of energy.
Yeah. This is a very, very critical difference, and the media coverage in the immediate aftermath did.
Yeah, 2 neutrons per hour versus 4,000 neutrons per second. So we're talking, well over 1 million.
Not do a great job of conveying this. Both groups are claiming something remarkable, but only Pons and Fleischmann are arguing this could be a new source of energy. To go back to Jones's favorite analogy, if his claim was $1, theirs was the national debt. He may not have been first, but his results certainly sounded more realistic.
That's funny.
Indeed, among physicists, Pons and Fleischmann were viewed largely as quacks, but this Jones fellow, well, maybe there's something there. Although certainly the most obvious problem, the lack of neutrons was not the only issue people saw with the paper. Take the tritium, the other radioactive product you'd expect to see after fusion. In their paper, they reported 10 to 20,000 counts per second. Compared to the neutrons, this was around 10 times as much. But it was still 1 billion times too small to correspond to the heat they saw.
Yeah.
It was also weird that they were seeing more tritium than neutrons.
It is, because it's a 50-50 shot. It could even be as simple as they don't know what they're doing as far as how to operate the detectors.
The 50-50 branching ratio means you should be seeing pretty much equal amounts. So where else could tritium come from? Tritium, just like neutrons, can be created naturally via cosmic rays. The difference, though, is that this only happens in the upper atmosphere, and even then extremely rarely. However, the U of U chemistry department isn't exactly a good baseline.
Tritium is also produced as radwaves. Nuclear power plants are cooled by water. Some of water is deuterium, and deuterium can absorb a neutron. Low chance, but it happens. And considering you're in a constant neutron flux and it's a water-cooled reactor, yeah, you're making tritium. In a heavy water reactor, you're making more tritium. And it's treated as liquid rad waste, and it goes through what's known as the Advanced Liquid Processing System, and that mainly uses filters and demineralizers to remove other radioactive contaminants. But the tritium itself, dilution's the solution. With water, you have it on site in hold-up tanks till enough of it decays away. You have it in waste hold-up tanks, you dilute it, and then once the concentration gets to low amounts, you can discharge it into seawater, which will dilute it even more. And the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has various limits on what's considered acceptable, all of which are very conservative. But yeah, that's the other way to make tritium, is in a nuclear power plant byproduct.
Labs that often deal with radioactive materials will leave behind radioactive contaminants. Heavy water, although primarily deuterium, will have tritium in it a few times higher than the normal background level. Not to mention, another common lab material is something called tritiated water, where all the hydrogen atoms have been replaced with tritium.
It's so interesting to me just seeing, because it's still H2O, and it's chemically the same. I mean, it's denser. We're dealing with water.
It's a notorious contaminant that will get into the air if you're not careful. If you haven't assessed the tritium background before running the experiment, how do you know where the tritium came from? Let's go back to the main reason this is even supposed to...
This is like fundamental science stuff about establishing a controlled environment before running any sort of experiment.
...work at all. Palladium absorbs deuterium like a sponge. So much deuterium packed so tightly causes astronomical pressures, at least according to Fleischmann. Let's give you a frame of reference.
It's a lot of pressure, but fusion-inducing, no.
1 atmosphere of pressure is what most of you are breathing right now. The bottom of the ocean is around 1,000 atmospheres, and the pressure in the core of the sun is 100 billion atmospheres. And yet, Pons and Fleischmann claimed that their palladium rods were experiencing an effective pressure of 10 to the 27 atmospheres.
What? Okay, forget fusion. Are these guys making a black hole? Or some kind of extreme vacuum bomb? I mean, we're talking nuclei collapse at these pressures. Fusion would be far more ready than what you would see in stars. And you could smash quarks, get neutron star level of compression with these melted down quark soup, gluon plasma stuff. Forget dead grad student problem. We're talking dead anyone in I don't even know how many mile radius of this thing. It really depends how much of an area is at that sort of pressure. But yeah, no known material on Earth can withstand that. The only thing that could, we're talking neutron stars and black holes. That's the order of magnitude we're talking about here.
By compressing deuterium gas, D2.
Somebody dropped a zero somewhere.
Between 10 to the 26 deuterium gas, D2. Then you would need between 10 to the 26 and 10 to the 27 atmospheres of pressure.
Him even saying that reveals how ridiculous this is.
That is 10 quadrillion times more than the core of the sun. This is such a baffling number, and should have been a major red flag to either of them.
Crimson.
Once again, this was a detail announced in their initial press conference, but the media reporting on it would not have picked up on the absurdity. As it turns out, they had made a basic mistake. They had used the wrong equation. When the correct equation is applied, the pressure in their cells is only 15,000 atmospheres. Higher than ambient, yes.
Lovely.
But still far, far too low to enable fusion. But perhaps the most outrageous omission from their experiment was a basic control test. The most primitive control they could have run.
Yeah.
Instead of using heavy water, use light water. Use hydrogen instead of deuterium.
Just basic water.
If heavy water produced excess heat and light water didn't, then it was solid proof that fusion was behind the heat.
Or you could at least start going down that rabbit hole. By itself, I wouldn't make any unsubstantiated claims just yet.
But if light water also produced excess heat, it would suggest that there was some sort of mistake.
Or if it produced more heat. How about that? It produced heat because I turned the faucet on high. There you go.
In their heat measurements, Pons and Fleischmann had simply not done a light water control. We know this because Fleischmann was asked this exact question by the director of CERN, Carlo Rubbia, at a publicly recorded talk. This is the actual audio of their exchange.
Martin, if you don't allow me to do that, by asking you a direct question, namely, all this is done with deuterium in the water. Did you ever try to do the same experiment, replacing deuterated water with ordinary water? If you do so, what happens?
I must confess to you that those experiments are just going on now, and we will hope to give you that answer very shortly. The reason we haven't done so is that if you do that experiment, you do in fact ruin the electrodes, and we have so far had very limited resources.
Those who were
You could tell that's bullshit. Wow.
present recall that several people gasped. His answer effectively boils down to, we didn't have time or money. But this just doesn't line up.
No.
They have said repeatedly that they started
How bad's their water bill?
experiments in 1984, almost 5 years ago, and they didn't run a light water control even once? In the press conference, he said this.
We have tried very hard to prove ourselves wrong, all the way down the line.
Evidently, they didn't try hard enough. According to Marvin Hawkins, they didn't start running
that
light
guy?
water tests
Him?
until...
Oh, no, you don't want to talk to him. Why not? He looks depressed. Yeah, because he was born with some sort of unimaginable power. Wait, where are you going? So, what you drinking? Get away from me. I heard that you were a pretty powerful dude, but I doubt it. What's your name? It's Brandon. No, it's not. It's Nicholas. Okay, sure. I didn't know you told jokes. Nicholas, I told you not to talk to him. No way. Are you in on this too? In on what, Nicholas? We all know my name is Brandon. Just look at my ID. Kid, everything I say is right. No matter if it's true or not. That's impossible. You're Nicholas's friend? Yeah. And how long have you known each other? Like 6 years. We were roommates in college. No, you weren't. You didn't go to college. What am I doing here? I gotta get a job that actually pays me. You made your point. Now bring him back. It's against my power. Once it's done, it can't be undone. You just ruined the trajectory of Kyle's life because you felt like it? You wouldn't even be alive without me. Is that so? COVID-19. It was pretty bad. It could have been much, much worse. And if you have this God-given gift, why didn't you do more, huh? Because I just want to be left alone. You have the ability to make the world so much better. You have a responsibility. Stop talking. From this moment on, you don't talk anymore. Get me another drink, since you work here now. What are you doing? Stop slacking off and get this man his drink. You heard the man? Unless you want to be deaf now, too. Fine. I can go back to the beginning, with a slight change. Who's that guy? Oh, that's Kyle. You don't want to talk to him. You, like I said, I made a slight change. I'm gonna kill you. You wouldn't do that to your roommate of 6 years? Right, Nicholas? Who's that guy? Him? Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh god, let's just go around so he doesn't talk our ear off.
Yeah.
Oh! Hi!
Hi, g'day, Dad.
Hi sir, how are you today?
How are ya?
Good, yeah.
I'm just waiting for the bus. Oh.
There's no actual bus stop here, sir.
And the other thing is when I go catch the bus, I take it to the bingo.
I'm sorry,
and when I was in the army, I served at Okinawa.
Oh, really?
He's never going to stop talking. We've got to figure out a way to get out of.
One of my friends when I used to see me wife before she got really sick, she looked just like you.
Really?
She had your beautiful eyes and that same flat chest. We used to call her Pectoral Penny. Her name was Susan, but it was funny. Get in! Oh, the bus is here! Wait for me, fella! Wait!
To upgrade this bag, I'm gonna need some feathers. Just catch a few birds in your bug net, and then we can do business, bud. To upgrade this bag, I'm gonna need some feathers. Just catch a few.
What'd they get you for?
Arson.
Arson? Maybe you can help me figure out how to light this joint.
I can't help you. I didn't actually do it.
Sure, man. Love an arson. I don't got shit to pull out when it's assault and battery.
So, what do you do around here?
You're doing it.
Do you do any crafts or activities? How do you pass the time?
Crafts?
Well, I was in a Peruvian prison briefly, and one of the guys in there was tattooing a fantastical epic about the Incas fighting off an invasion of space aliens onto another guy's back. Thought maybe...
No, we don't do anything like that, man.
Is there a phone I could get my hands on? I need to call some people.
Just chill, man. Relax. Enjoy the company.
Maybe I'll just work on some memory exercises.
You do that, homie. Did you do that for?
He was looking at me. Why?
That's Christopher. He's like the jail king. You don't look back and you don't wave. What'd they get you for?
Arson.
Arson? Maybe you can help me.
We got a package. This one genuinely creeps me out. I got this for $15 off AliExpress, and it's crazy that literally anyone can buy this. So this might look like an ordinary charging cube, but it's not. So what's so special or different about this charging cube? Well, for one, it's way thicker and way longer than an ordinary charging cube.
That's what she said.
But there's something much more sinister going on here. If we use our spy cam detector and point it at the charger, you can see that there's actually a hidden camera. Hidden cameras like these are responsible for a ton of scandals every year. That's why having a device like this to find them is really important. We got a package. This one genuinely creeps me out. I got this for $15 off AliExpress, and it's crazy that literally anyone can buy this. So this might look like an ordinary charging cube, but it's not. So what's so
Your job is not going to say, oh, we're planning on illegally firing you. But if you see these two words in an email from HR, it's probably coming and you should get ready. When you request an accommodation for a disability, your boss is supposed to engage in something called interactive process. That means they're supposed to have a conversation with you about what accommodations will help you do your job. But some bosses don't want to do that, so here's what they'll do. They will try to say that your accommodation request is an undue hardship. They're doing that because under the ADA, if your accommodation is an undue hardship, they don't have to do it, and then they can fire you. But here's the trick. Just calling something an undue hardship does not make it so. And if they just scream that and fire you, it might be wrongful termination. So here's how you protect your job. When they say it's an undue hardship, reply back asking what the hardship is, why it's a hardship, and then ask them for alternate ideas. And this is the most important part. Tell them that you look forward to continuing the interactive process. The more you keep the conversation going, the harder it is for them to violate your rights. Your job is not going to say, oh, we're planning on
till late April, almost an entire month after they had announced to the world their breakthrough discovery. On April 9th, Stan Pons will claim that he ran light water controls. We know this because Chuck Martin, a good friend of Stanley Pons, called him up about an experiment that he had run.
What had happened was that Chuck Martin was doing experiments with both heavy water and light water. We now know what was incorrect with that particular experiment, that he had a bad earth connection to a thermometer, so power was entering the cell through the thermometer and heating it up, which was not, of course, in the book balancing. And he called up Stan Pons this weekend, immediately before that date, and said, we're seeing heat with heavy water, we're really excited. And Pons said, that's great, I knew that somebody was going to reproduce it soon, I'm glad it was you. And then Martin said to him, but we have a problem, we are also seeing heat with light water. And Pons said, that's the most exciting thing, we see it too.
That's awesome. There you go. Protium fusion. You guys did it. Yeah, you don't even have to enrich your water. That's awesome, isn't it? Though you should also be careful when you're drinking from the tap, because you might start a fusion reaction.
When he's asked if he's run a light water control at the ACS meeting in Dallas, he responds, quote, "A baseline reaction run with water is not necessarily a good baseline. We do not get the total blank experiment we expected. It is a cryptic way to answer that question, but reading between the lines, one can imagine that he was hoping for a different result." Later, on April 20th, Nature will publicly refuse to publish the paper submitted to them by Pons and Fleischmann, as all three of its reviewers have been highly critical, and they focused in on the lack of a light water control.
Wow.
If they had truly been working on this for 5 entire years, how had they run a light on this for 5 entire years? How had they not once run a light water control? Pons was indignant. Quote, "I'll argue that the control is taking a palladium rod that absolutely does not work and place that side by side to an experiment that is in the same solution, and that is a control experiment. It's never done anything that did at you. This is nonsensical. You can only know that a palladium rod doesn't work until after you've tested it, by which point it can't be a control. Unless there is some measurable difference between the working and non-working palladium, this is worthless." And on April 25th, the Wall Street Journal will report that Mr. Pons says he has a plain water experiment producing small, unmeasured amounts of heat. In summary, we really have no idea what their light water result was because Pons and Fleischmann don't seem to know either.
The referees in that journal, that is the people who decide whether to allow that article to be published or not, said they needed more information. The Utah group said, hey, listen, we don't have the time, we don't want to go through the trouble right now to provide you with information, give us our paper back, we won't even be bothered.
He also got Gary Triggs to send Nature a threatening letter. In a move that likely stung quite a bit, Nature did say that they would publish Stephen Jones's paper. A mistake is not the same thing as fraud.
Yes.
You can unknowingly make an error.
Big difference between being negligent and knowingly submitting bad work. Big difference in the consequences, too.
Find out later that you made a mistake, the proper course of action is to come out publicly, admit it, and either retract or correct it. Embarrassing, yes, but certainly not unethical.
No.
Where it turns into fraud is when you deliberately try to cover up that mistake. Just a couple weeks after their paper was published, they released an errata, adding the name of Marvin Hawkins. But in that same errata, they also changed a graph. They did not provide a reason why. If they had, it would have raised alarm bells. Unfortunately for them, at least one person had been paying close attention.
The guy from MIT.
On May 1st, a Boston Herald story is printed that quotes MIT physicist Ronald Parker, calling the work, quote, scientific schlock and possibly misrepresentation and maybe fraud.
Oh boy.
A few weeks earlier, Parker's group had attempted to repeat the experiment, but hadn't seen any evidence of neutrons.
Our analysis indicates it's likely that many, many fewer neutrons were observed than claimed, if any at all.
Although they said they would keep at it. But this headline was a clear step up from the previous statement. Parker, likely fearing that he might get sued, later tried to deny that he said any such thing despite his interview being recorded. Given Pons' tendency to sick Gary Triggs on people, he was probably right to be worried.
MIT is used to being right on top of every scientific discovery just as it happens. That increases their frustration.
But his reason to suspect frauds seemed to be justified, thanks to a tip from a colleague named Richard Petrasso. Petrasso had stumbled onto a highly suspicious piece of data in the paper. In his eyes, cold fusion was a ridiculous claim. It was, quote, just glib bullshit as far as we know. The only piece of evidence that made him remotely interested was the gamma-ray spectrum.
It's not wrong.
Fusion is supposed to emit neutrons. That much you know by now. Because they were short on funds, Pons and Fleischmann borrowed a low-sensitivity neutron dosimeter. All this detector could do was count neutrons. They don't tell you anything about where those neutrons came from. If we could measure the energy of those neutrons, we could be far more certain they're coming from fusion. And so, we want to look for gamma rays. Gamma rays are high-energy photons, typically emitted by a radioactive source. By measuring all the gamma rays in a lab, you can plot them on an energy spectrum. It will have a sloping background level with lots of distinct peaks jutting up. Each peak is associated with well-known energy levels. This peak at 1.46 MeV, for instance, comes from radioactive potassium, which is present in the environment and also your body.
I remember doing experiments like this where you'd have a mixed or possibly unknown source, and then you take a spectrum of them. Basically, you have a detector that not only counts them, but is also hooked up to a bunch of electronics that essentially map the energy levels of each individual peak. And yeah, you can figure out what it is. That's one of the labs. It's a pretty common lab that's done in nuclear engineering class I think the class was called just measurement and detection of radiation. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Obviously, anyone in this field should know how to do.
Same with this peak at 2.62 MeV, which comes from radioactive thallium. There is also a peak that can prove fusion is occurring. When a neutron is emitted into a water bath, it will gradually slow down until it collides with a proton and become captured by it. This emits a gamma ray, and its energy level is extremely precise.
So water acts as a moderator for neutrons. It slows them down to the point where they can interact with matter. And that's why water is used as a moderator and a coolant in a lot of types of nuclear power plants, because it's doing double duty of increasing the odds of causing fission, whereas a fast neutron would just blaze on through.
It is 2.224 MeV with very little wiggle room. A gamma ray from fusion should look like this, a peak at exactly 2.224. And in the paper published by Pons and Fleischmann, that's exactly what you see. A peak in almost the exact right spot. Except there was an earlier draft of this graph. In both their submissions to the Journal of Electroanalytic Chemistry and Nature, they had submitted a graph with a peak way to the right.
Yeah.
At 2.5 MeV. There is no relevant radiation phenomena that occurs at 2.5. It is just straight up the wrong value.
Yeah, that could be anything. I can't say I know off the top of my head what all the individual peaks are. There's a few that come to mind, but 2.5 MeV, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Pons and Fleischmann might have realized this if they had asked even just one colleague in U of U's physics department. Indeed, if the Journal of Electroanalytical Chemistry hadn't...
That's another thing. Get it reviewed, get other experts involved. That's another reason why you do that. But no, these guys were in a hurry. They had something to do.
Rushed the peer review process, they would have sent it out to a reviewer with knowledge of nuclear physics, who would have caught this problem and likely rejected the paper. Ultimately, though, the graph with 2.5 was never made public, because on March 28th, Fleischmann was giving a talk in the UK at Harwell Labs, and the audience members there immediately recognized the peak as a mistake. Later that day, he told Pons over the phone, and Pons then submitted a new graph with the peak moved to 2.22. Not just that, though. The y-axis had been scaled from 20,000 down to 2,200, just 10% of what it used to be. In the facts he sent to Nature, he did not explain the reason for this correction. This, of course, is all behind the scene.
This is some Ninovnium levels of shenanigans right here.
Not public knowledge. When the paper was eventually published, the only hint that something had changed is that an equation still had 2.5 in it. Without knowing that the graph had been changed, people thought this was just a typo. Richard Petrasso initially thought the same, but fortunately for him, he happened to have friends who worked at Nature who had seen the original graph, and they let him know that the peak had changed. Now, Petrasso thinks that there is something highly suspicious going on, but beyond that, the new graph had other problems. For one, it was far too zoomed in. Sure, there may be something at 2.22, but unless you can see the full range of energies, you can't tell if it's a signal or if it's noise. The shape of the peak also looked weird. It's about half as wide as it should be. And there are distinct features that were missing to the left of the peak.
That's right, they don't have the Compton edge here. So yeah, straight out of Compton. So yeah, your gamma ray collides with an electron and it transfers some energy to it. And this scattered gamma has less energy than the original gamma because some of it's now carried away by the electron. So this little edge here that you see just to the left of 2 MeV is the highest energy that the electron can have. I mean, this is a spectrum. We're talking about a range of gammas hitting all sorts of stuff in your target. So this Compton edge is the highest energy the electron can have because it got scattered at 180 degrees, which is the maximum, hence the sudden drop-off after the Compton edge occurs.
There should be a slope known as the Compton edge. And even further left, there should be a bump known as the first escape peak. The Pons and Fleischmann graph lacked both of those. Petrasso wondered...
They doctored it. They made it look too pretty, basically, to see if they can fool anyone. Wow.
If there was a copy of the full spectrum somewhere. Luckily for him, Pons and Fleischmann had let a bunch of Utah news stations come in and film their lab. And so, he went and scoured every news clip he could find until he found a clip from CNN. In it was a computer screen with the full spectrum.
Yep.
Because he knows exactly where the peaks for potassium and thallium should be, Petrasso was able to scale the rest of the spectrum.
Wow.
And lo and behold, when he looked for the so-called fusion peak, it was at 2.5 and not 2.22.
That's a good peer review, even when the other person, even when it's an unsolicited peer review and you're looking at something without their axes labeled. Okay.
Petrasso began phoning people at U of U to get more info. He even sent a student to Salt Lake City just to see if any more news channels had more footage. Marvin Hawkins confirmed to Petrasso that the peak was originally measured at 2.5. But he wasn't the only person who backed that up. Pons had needed help with the gamma ray measurements, and so he had asked a medical radiation physicist named Robert Hoffman to perform them. In fact, Hoffman, just like Hawkins, had his name left off the paper at the last minute.
Interesting.
A move that felt like a personal slight. After the press conference, Hoffman refused to work with Pons and Fleischmann ever again. Hoffman later ran some new tests and came to the conclusion that an issue with the preamplifier in the circuit caused artifacts in his spectrum. He wrote a letter on April 27th to Pons where he stated that there was no evidence for anything at 2.2 and that the 2.5 peak was an artifact. He was essentially retracting his data from their paper despite being left off as an author. Petrasso was outraged. With no explanation,
hence the ending of the previous video about how they... Yeah, okay.
Pons and Fleischmann appeared to have fabricated a critical piece of evidence. He began to write a paper lambasting them, which he would later submit to Nature. He was reportedly so angry about this that the original draft of his letter was so emotional, he needed a colleague to help him tone it down. Nature will reach out to Pons for comment, and after he doesn't reply for weeks, they gave him a deadline. His response was apparently so volatile, Nature declined to publish it. Petrasso's paper is published on May 18th. It will be a crushing blow to Pons and Fleischmann's credibility, an indisputable smoking gun.
Yeah.
Gary Triggs will later attempt to block the paper, but this amounts to little more than idle threats. But Petrasso's paper wouldn't matter. That's one of the ironies of this story. Scientists knew just how damning the gamma rays were, but to the media, it was just one of a dozen other criticisms flying around. Really, the media only paid attention an entire year later, when a book by Frank Close exposed the behind-the-scenes shenanigans, and he heavily implied fraud, or at least as far as UK libel law allowed him to.
I then spoke to Marvin Hawkins, the graduate student, and he didn't know either. And I said, let's get this straight. I said, it's clear that a peak was measured at 2.5. There are 4 people involved in this experiment. Fleischmann doesn't know how it's moved. Hoffman doesn't know how it's moved. Now you're telling me that you don't know how it's moved. And he said, I think you've got the picture now.
But by that point, it didn't matter. Cold fusion had been dead for a year.
5 laboratories have successfully repeated the experiment. 6 others have failed.
Tonight, other scientists at MIT and elsewhere are saying they have evidence suggesting there was no fusion.
For now, at least, the skeptics seem to outnumber the believers in the San Francisco Bay Area, where so many top-ranked scientists work.
And a Duke scientist says the problem with Hans and Fleischmann's work is that it amounts to sloppy science versus reproducible science. 2 groups of scientists at the University of Michigan announced today that they have found no evidence to confirm claims of a fusion reaction.
It all comes back here in this country, a spokesman for the Los Alamos labs is denying earlier reports that scientists there were close to repeating the experiment.
Weeks earlier, lab after lab announced that they had confirmed part of cold fusion. But by now, just as many labs had declared the exact opposite. They couldn't see enough neutrons, tritium, or any gamma rays. For physicists, any of those 3 would be the gold standard proof of fusion. And yet they...
Or specifically a combination of these in the correct ratios, but sure, the fact they couldn't find anything, that just tells you they're not even remotely close.
Did not see them. But for chemists, the most compelling piece of evidence had always been the calorimetry, the heat. After all, if we go all the way back to 1985, we have the original piece of evidence that was so convincing, so unambiguous, that it swayed both Pons and Fleischmann into believing they had seen something nuclear. The mythical meltdown. A 1 centimeter cube of palladium had melted and left a hole in the lab bench and concrete. They could think of no chemical reaction that could cause so much damage, produce so much heat. It had to be nuclear. But the thing is, no one actually...
Nuclear melts stuff down, right? Like in 3 Mile Island. Sure.
...witnessed the event itself. All we know is that the cube melted.
But no one's
By this
around
point,
to hear
plenty of theories have been put forward that weren't so mythical. If you have a partially enclosed container that is slowly being filled with oxygen and hydrogen gas, and a bunch of it leaks out of the palladium all at once, all you'd need was a rogue spark, and you'd go up like the Hindenburg. And as we saw before, at least 2
hydrogen,
labs, Livermore in California and North Carolina U, called off their experiments because they had explosions. And their conclusions were that they had accidentally caused traditional chemical explosions. Nothing nuclear about it.